come. I'm gonna throw all my doubt and pain, making room for better days. Yeah, I believe the worst is almost done. I've been so low, I couldn't see another road ahead of me. Devil came up and got so close that I could barely breathe.
Welcome to the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. It's Elimination Day in Tuscaloosa. It is Alabama State taking on Oklahoma State. The winner of this game will play on Sunday afternoon. Meanwhile, Alabama and Upstate will meet coming up later tonight in the 1-0 game. Hello everybody, Derek Jones and Jared Mitchell with you today. Oklahoma State fighting for their season. A lot of miscues yesterday.
A whole lot of miscues yesterday, and you wonder if it's the start of the tournament, if this stage that brought that kind of feeling to them. Yesterday, 2 hit by pitches, 2 wild pitches, a pass ball, 3 errors, and oh, by the way, that prolific offense, 0 for 5 with bases loaded yesterday, and the only homer they got came from a guy who only has 1 on the year, Remo Indomenico. You watch this team, you saw what they did yesterday, and only still losing by 3 runs. If they put it together, they're much better, and I imagine that they would go from here.
On the other side, Alabama State, they got tattooed by Alabama. They gave up 21 runs yesterday. How do they go about turning things around?
Well, they got to turn it around. They got to do it quick. Once again, this is another team that had a lot of miscues. I think those 4 errors that they had in the ball game all came early, and I think it really derailed what they did as a team going forward through the rest of the game. But the positive for them is they got 2 stars to show up. Miguel Oropeza, Trey Callaway, both of them showed up in a big way yesterday. 2 hits each, both with a homer yesterday. They're going to need a lot more of those 2 guys and a supporting cast to tag along and start going with them today.
The winner survives to play another day. Meanwhile, the loser sees their season come to an end. First pitch on the way in a moment. The first ever meeting between Oklahoma State and Alabama State on the way in moments from Tuscaloosa and Sewell Thomas Stadium. The Oklahoma State lineup will try to bounce back after an underwhelming performance in regards to bases loaded performance. They had 5 at-bats with the bases loaded, couldn't cash in.
Yeah, we mentioned the bases loaded, poor performance yesterday, but also the top 6 in that lineup. 4 for 24 in the day, including an 0 for 5 from their man sitting in that 3 spot in Colin Ritchie. I wouldn't expect to see the same thing today, and if they come out and swing the bats the way we know they can, it could be trouble for Alabama State.
No question about it. Multiple opportunities for Oklahoma State to tie the game or perhaps take a lead because of the bases loaded opportunities. They could not cash in. James Peterson will try to add to those woes.
Yeah, this young man from Summerville, South Carolina, 7-1 on the season with a 3.5 ERA and 82 innings of work. He is predominantly a fastball, slider, changeup guy. He has a curveball as a distant 4th pitch that he'll use. It's important to note, as a starter this year, in those 5 opportunities, he's 1-1 with a 3.8 ERA. So he's been much better as a starter, and that's why you see him getting this opportunity today in an elimination game.
Well, the key word you just used was work, because he got a lot of work in the SWAC tournament. He appeared in all 4 games, including starting the opener in the SWAC tournament. Overall, he threw 200 pitches in 4 games.
Fair to say he's their workhorse. He's their fireman. He's a guy that comes out in big situations. So they're using him again today. Not surprised at all. He's a guy that's been reliable for them, and this is obviously the biggest spot that he's been in all season long.
Alex Conover facing a 3-1 count. Conover trying to set the theme for this offense. And he gives us one, a ride to right field, and it is caught. What a play out in right by Miguel Oropeza.
Hello. That's how you start a day. Look at Miguel. We saw him all day yesterday swinging the stick. Today, to start this thing, he shows up with the leather, and that's a beautiful play ranging to his right to steal a hit from Alex Conover to start the ball game.
What a defensive gem by Oropeza out in right field. In steps Brock Thompson. And that is counter to the way the game started yesterday for this Alabama State team. In the bottom of the 1st inning, Bryce Fowler of Alabama hit one to deep center field that deflected off of the glove of center fielder Nigel Jenkins, and it ended up being a triple. But this time, out in right, Oropeza delivers the goods with a great catch.
You can see Peterson trying to work that little 2-seam fastball, that sinker, to both sides of the plate right now. If he can get that going, it can cause problems for this Oklahoma State lineup.
2-1, sprayed out to left field. And the catch is made by Devin Chandler. He extends for the 2nd out of the inning.
This is a good start for the Oklahoma State team. This is 2 at-bats, both on the barrel. That ball leaves the bat at 95 miles an hour, and you can see a nice, tight, compact swing. He didn't get all of it, but able to be strong enough. There's enough barrel. The swing's tight enough to be able to push that ball to the track. There's just a better play being made out in left field.
And here's Colin Ritchie, looking to atone for yesterday's struggles.
Kind of reminds you of the 1st inning they had yesterday as an offense. Obviously came as a home team, so it came after a long inning in the field, but very few pitches thrown by the opposing pitcher in the game yesterday, and it's kind of showing up again here today with 2 outs and only 9 pitches thrown.
Hit well to center field. Back is Jenkins. He makes the catch. So 3 loud outs from the bats of Oklahoma State, but they come up empty.
Check out Miguel Oropeza on his horse, ranging to his right, laying out, getting dirty to start this ball game.
Alabama State looking to collect their offense after a shaky day. Devin Chandler will lead it off, but they had some power in the lineup yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. Miguel Oropeza and Trey Calloway both homered in that lineup yesterday, but I really think it really sits in what they do at the top of the lineup today. If Devin Chandler and Braden Devine can get going to get runners on in front of those boppers in the middle, it could really change what this offense looks like in the way they perform today in an elimination game.
Both of those home runs off of Alabama's starter last night, Tyler Fay. And speaking of starting pitching, here's Brennan Phillips, the senior out of Oklahoma. And after yesterday's pitching performances, they need some protection of that bullpen from Phillips.
Definitely need that. They need a good start out of Phillips. They need Phillips to find a way to leave this game if he has to leave it with that lead. 3-3 on the season in his 7th start this year with an 8 ERA. 42 innings, 42 punches. Walks are a little high with 22. If he can find a way to not miss arm side as high and as much as he does usually when it's not good, this could be a good day for him. He's about 40% fastballs. He throws a slider at about a 35% rate against lefties, about a 27% rate against righties. You'll see him feature those two pitches as his most dominant pitches. He will mix in a curveball against lefties mostly, and he will mix in a changeup and a curveball against righties.
He's been used out of the pen throughout the course of the season, also as a starter here in the starting role. And now we'll have an issue here. That's Campbell Smithwick, the catcher. And he is having a pitch comm issue, it does appear. They continue to look over.
Look at Hub.
You know Hub.
He's a famous guy in this area now. Like, Hub's been around for a while. I've been knowing this guy for a long time, man. He's director of ops for Oklahoma State now. I knew him when he was a kid working with the Birmingham Barons in the equipment room, and now he's made his way here. Could be proud of him seeing him for the first time in some years yesterday. It brought back some memories.
Hub Roberts taking care of business with Campbell Smithwick. And now we're set. Phillips versus Chandler to start the bottom of the first inning. Devin Chandler 0 for 5 yesterday. Swings and misses at that one. You want to talk about the consummate team player. That's Devin Chandler. Started the season out as an infielder, was asked to make the adjustment to go to the outfield. And he's moved around throughout the lineup. He's found a home at the top of the order. He's behind here 1 and 2.
Devin had a really good April, swinging at about a 385 clip in April. A little bit of a down May, and he's trying to regain that form of where he was in April.
Chandler did not go around. 2 balls and 2 strikes. He held off.
Yeah, he did a good job holding on there. Good pitch. below the zone, trying to get him to chase.
Down and towards the dirt, a strikeout recorded against Devin Chandler.
There's that slider that he likes to use, and if he gets it going, it's a pretty good one. It's got a nice horizontal break to it. Obviously, you see he was able to get Devin Chandler to swing over the top of that one, and that's a good start for the pitching staff of Oklahoma State.
Here's Braden Devine. And you go back to yesterday, and we touched on it in the open, the miscues. It all started in that first inning when they just couldn't get outs. Part of it was the inability of Ethan Lund to throw strikes, loaded the bases early on.
Yeah, it was a very uncharacteristic start by Ethan Lund yesterday. Wasn't able to really place the fastball. He was spiking the fastball a lot. He was actually airmailing, and we saw a couple of the breaking balls go to the backstop. That's not what you usually see out of him. He's been so good for Oklahoma State yesterday. So it was unfortunate that the game started that way for him, and it kind of set the tone for how it went for the rest of the time they were out there.
Two 2-1 to Devine, down the line, and that is just foul. Oof. That started fair, and then dipped foul.
And Braden tried his best to wrap that thing right around the third base bag. It just couldn't keep it fair long enough.
Wow, that looked very close. But the third base umpire calling that a foul ball. Devine fouls that one away. Brandon Cooper at third base today.
I think it's overcast, though. I don't know if he's going to get too much sun today with the sleeves rolled up, but yeah, to each his own. I'm not mad at whatever you feel, you know. That's the first time I haven't seen that one yet on the baseball field.
The sleeves tucked.
I haven't seen a lot. I haven't seen that one yet. That's the first one.
And Phillips gets another strikeout.
Going right back to that slider with 2 strikes and burying it towards a righty's back foot. That's a good job of being able to place that thing early on. It's a good sign for Brendan Phillips.
Phillips made a brief appearance in the Big 12 tournament during the 9-2 loss to Kansas. He only faced a batter as Miguel Oropeza fouls off the first pitch.
Coming into the game, Brendan Phillips loves throwing that slider with 2 outs to righties, and he gets it at about a 37% whiff rate and about a 27% strikeout rate when he throws it. So it's obviously his go-to pitch when he gets to that spot, and he does a really good job with it of burying it.
Count level at 1 ball and 1 strike. Defensively, a change today for Oklahoma State. Avery Ortiz is over at third base after playing second base yesterday. Of course, this is all due to the injury situation with Aiden Miola, who was out indefinitely after breaking his wrist leading up to the Tuscaloosa Regional. They had Evan Saunders over at third yesterday. He's not in the lineup today. Three and 1 now to Miguel Oropeza. Three 1. Foul tip. And that will make it a full count here as Brendan Phillips tries to strike out the side.
Tell you what, early on, he really has a feel for that glove side slider that he's throwing. If he can really get into using it arm side as well and using it on that left side of the plate, it could be dangerous for this Alabama State team.
Fouled away again. Oropeza, one of the premier performers in the SWAC. Awaiting a full count pitch. Gets a piece again.
Oropeza does a really good job of spoiling good pitches. We just saw him do that to 2 hitters in a row right before him, and Oropeza is able to get a bat on it, foul it off, get himself to another pitch, and basically make Brendan Phillips have to go and execute once again. It's a good job.
The SWAC leader in RBIs this season. And he just got a part of that offering.
You can see the spin's tight on it. These guys are not picking it up really well right now. Barely got bat on that one, and once again, makes you have to go up there and continue to execute. And Oropeza is going to hope he can leave one up and give him a mistake to shoot out somewhere in that field.
9th pitch of the at bat is hammered, but foul. One of the things about Sewell Thomas Stadium, the cars are within home run distance and foul ball distance.
Yeah, the people sitting, if you hit a foul ball that's a home run over there in left field, you may be sitting at that light. There's a light right there where you may get a little surprise, if you will.
3-2, and that's a walk. Great at bat by Oropeza. And he's a 2-out base runner.
Tell you what, the pitch recognition right here is outstanding by Oropeza. This ball barely misses the bottom of the zone. You can already see he's on his way to first base. He realizes, sees the changeup out the hand, knows it's down. I'm walking. Let's get on base here.
So Oropeza sets it up for Nigel Jenkins. Quick toss back over to the bag. Oropeza can move on the base paths, so they'll keep a close eye on him, and you have to be careful with that lefty move of Phillips.
Phillips doing a good job of mixing up his pitches right now and not being predictable in what he's going to attack with, and he's gotten guys to swing over a lot of his breaking balls, a lot of the off speed.
0-2, 1-Q.
There he is working that changeup again. You saw him try to bury it to Oropeza. Throws it 2 times in a row here to Jenkins to get himself to an 0-2 count. Textbook right there. We're trying to change the eye level, and now if he can either locate that changeup or that slider again, he should be in a good spot to get himself out of this inning.
Good block by Campbell Smithwick. But the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And you can see him trying to do it. He tries to stuff that slider in there, just doesn't throw it as well as he had been throwing it early on. But it's a good miss.
2-2, fouled away. So the last couple of hitters here, Jenkins included, making Phillips work. All of a sudden, he's up to 26 pitches in this inning. But Jenkins swings through that offering, and Phillips gets out of the bottom of the first inning.
Brendan Phillips has got the breaking ball working, got the slider working. He's also got the changeup working early in this ball game. Strikes out the side, gets himself out of it. 0-0, go heading into 2.
Today is the first step on the road to Omaha with the Men's College World Series beginning June 12th on ESPN. The NCAA Regionals coverage for all 16 sites continues tomorrow on ESPN Plus and the ESPN app. For more information, visit ncaa.com, the home of all NCAA championships. Middle of the order here for Oklahoma State in the top of the second inning. So Avery Ortiz in at third base today. Had a hit, scored a run as well. And yesterday's loss to Upstate.
Avery's got 2 homers on the year in his 13 starts. Obviously having to slide into the lineup with Miola out, so he's got to be a big part of what they're doing today. Hitting right in the middle of that order.
Over to third base to Fabian Santana, who makes the throw.
Nice little play over here by Fabian Santana. Stays down on it. Strong throw across the diamond to start the inning. And simple plays like that kind of get looked over, but there was a couple plays yesterday that they needed to make that they did not make, and it ended up snowballing and costing them a lot of runs and kind of pushed things out of hand for them for a while.
Campbell Smithwick at the plate. The junior out of Oxford, Mississippi, transferring from Ole Miss. Back in the NCAA Regionals.
Speaking of Ole Miss, they played a banger last night. What was it, 13, 14 innings and finally getting the win?
Yes, a long night for Ole Miss and Arizona State.
And they had the late start too.
Yes.
So whoever lost, obviously Arizona State, turning around and having to play the early game today, that's a tall task.
Yeah, it's a challenge right now throughout the country because of A, the weather, and B, some of the start times, depending on what happens with the games in front of you, makes for some precarious situations. Alabama State knows that all too well from their situation in the SWAC tournament, dealing with all of the rain. And a walk drawn by Smithwick. He's the first base runner of the day for Oklahoma State. National seeds already facing elimination today. Southern Miss, Florida State. That's notable for this regional because the winner of this regional will get the winner of the Tallahassee regional, and then Auburn and UCLA also national seeds in danger. And of course, the UCLA one is big because they were the #1 team in the nation most of the way here.
I'll throw this out at you when it comes to UCLA, just the thought process. They're used to playing in the Pac-10 on the West Coast. Obviously, that breaks up, and now you go into the Big Ten and you play there. Traditionally, or at least recently, the Big Ten hasn't been a very strong baseball. You wonder if they got kind of just lulled to sleep a little bit in the middle of the season, and then obviously you got to turn it up into a different level once you get to postseason ball, and maybe just caught them sleeping out the gate a little bit.
I think that's quite possible. No #1 seed overall has lost out of the gate in their first game since 1999. It happened yesterday to the UCLA. And it's always interesting seeing these teams that have these high expectations. We saw it last year with Vanderbilt. You know, when it goes wrong early, it puts a lot of pressure on you to try to turn things around, and that's one of the dangers here today for all of those national seeds that are facing elimination. Can you overcome the rocky start? Sure, but it really creates a lot of stress moving forward.
100%. I always wonder too. I think the first thing that comes to mind is you lose that first game, and it's where is our pitching and how is it set up to give us an opportunity through the rest of what would be however many games, however many innings we need. Now you can sit here and say, yeah, we can just go out hit everybody, but that thinking you got to score 8 to 10 plus runs a game to be able to win games is a tough task to do. So you obviously need a lot of pitching. You need guys to do things you probably haven't seen them do much this year. And that's what you're tasked with when you lose that first game. It becomes kind of uncharted water, uncharted territories for a lot of people in a real quick situation.
Colin Briggeman taking that one inside. He's ahead here 3-1. It creates, because you have to play another game at some point down the line, that creates issues with your pitching. And that's why it's so tough to come out of the losers bracket and ultimately win the regional.
I mean, just think of how these lineups and these rosters are set up for the most part during the year. They're used to playing 3 games in a row on a weekend setting, right? And you usually have a day off, and then there's a midweek game, or that midweek game may not be until Wednesday. They're not used to having to play 4 games or more in 3 or 4 days. So the way pitching is used is completely different.
And a walk to Colin Briggeman. So back-to-back walks here from James Peterson, putting 2 on for Garrett Scholl. Oklahoma State left 13 on base in the loss yesterday to Upstate, and now great opportunity here for them with 1 out and 2 on. There's a strike to Garrett Scholl. Smithwick at second, Briggeman at first base. Fouled away.
Scholl was all over that. And Scholl's the one that had himself a nice little day yesterday, 2 for 3 with an RBI, and he walked twice. They could use him to show up in that kind of a situation here today. And looking at the outfield, I don't even know if you can call this no doubles. I think this is a no homers defense. These guys are literally playing with heels on the warning track. Obviously, they want to keep everything in front.
Ground ball hit sharply to second. There's 1 and there's 2. A double play to end the inning. And James Peterson eludes trouble.
That's unfortunate for the Oklahoma State team. 109 miles an hour off the bat, directed straight at a glove. Taylor made 4, 6, 3 double play, and the Alabama State team is off the field and into the dugout, heading into the bottom of the 2nd inning. Still tied.
Bottom of the 2nd inning between Oklahoma State and Alabama State. No score in the elimination game in the Tuscaloosa Regional. Different story for Oklahoma State pitching so far. No runs in the 1st inning today versus what happened yesterday, which led to a lot of problems.
Much cleaner start today so far by Brendan Phillips. He's been able to land the slider. He's been able to land the changeup as well, late in counts. So that's all good signs heading forward for them and how they're going to play and what can happen for them in this ball game.
Trey Calloway, the catcher, currently at 17 home runs on the season, one away from setting a new program record. Fouled away.
Here's Phillips with the heater. Tries to get it in, tries to stuff it inside. He leaves it out over the plate a little bit. Calloway knows he missed one. He got one to hit there. And not only did it hit it off his foot, I think, but he also missed one that he probably could have done a lot of damage with.
Mentioned that program record for home runs for Alabama State. It was set last year by Cameron Douglas. And he might be a short-lived record holder if Callaway can get a hold of another one here in this regional. Callaway holds off.
They got the book on him. Callaway's one that will chase away. He will expand the zone to the outside of the plate. So they're trying to stuff some in early in the count, as you saw him try to do with the fastball. Didn't quite get it there, but then wanted to go soft away after.
Ortiz lets that go foul. And that will lead to a discussion. We already saw one close call over there at third base earlier in the at-bat by Braden Devine. Here's another one. That one caught the line, and as it was drifting foul, Ortiz made a play on it.
So we got a little bit of indifference, if you will, down the third base line. What was thought was seen from two different sides, if you will.
Fouled away by Callaway. That ball Devine hit earlier, I mean, from up here, that looked fair, but the umpire said not so fast.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's straddling third base line. I think he probably knows it a little bit better than we do, but it did look good from here.
And Callaway commits for the strikeout.
Here's a really good job by Brendan Phillips. You can get a chance to see the sequence. It started in with the slider down and in, went for it again, and he tries to stuff the fastball in there. Doesn't quite get it in there, but you can tell he's got him out front. He's off the end of the bat, following it off his foot, and then now he starts to work soft away. Tried to go inside again, open him up, and then finishes it with going soft away and gets him on the check swing. It's a really good job by Brendan Phillips of linking these pitches up and making the sequence work together.
Jackson Williams, the first baseman.
He's really got that slider working. It's taking a sharp right turn on hitters right now, and they really can't get to it.
Williams picked up a hit yesterday as the freshman facing a 1-1 count. Now 1-2. Williams entered the regional tied for 4th in the SWAC in home runs this season with 12. One of the big bats in this lineup.
He's definitely been good hitting behind Callaway, providing some protection there. There's a big reason why Callaway's been able to continue getting pitches to hit, continue to get challenged, because of what Jackson Williams has done right behind him.
Williams showing patience there as the count runs to 3 balls and 2 strikes. Over to Ortiz at third. Easy play for Ortiz. 2 outs.
It's a good job of Phillips to continue in the pound the zone. Work over the plate, work in that telephone booth, if you will, and make these guys have to make swing choices on pretty much every single pitch. That there hasn't been big misses. There hasn't been an opportunity for them to shut it down early, and that's worked in this Oklahoma State team's favor so far.
That's a first out recorded in this game by Oklahoma State that wasn't a strikeout. Here's Cale Clark, the lefty. Another ground ball to Ortiz. Playing up, makes the play. That ends the second inning. More good work from Brennan Phillips. Bryant-Denny Stadium looming in the distance here in T-Town.
The real fun just getting started.
Run straight for the breakaway.
The celebration is on.
Alabama and USC Upstate will face off tonight at 7 Eastern in the 1-0 game for a spot in the regional final on Sunday night. The winner of this contest will move on to another elimination game tomorrow against the winner, or excuse me, I should say the loser of Alabama and USC Upstate. So a lot of great action ahead here in Tuscaloosa.
Obviously a huge part, James Peterson, in those 4 wins that they had in the tournament, but pitching 4 times in 5 days the way he did, I'm very interested to see how long the effectiveness stays there. And as long as he can continue to be efficient the way he is right now, 31 pitches through 2 1/3, that could really play in their favor because they love him obviously in tight spots. He does well in these spots, and he's been big for them all year.
Stepping up to the plate now, the big bat yesterday for Oklahoma State, Primo Indomenico. He had a 3-run blast that tied the game at 4, and it looked like Oklahoma State was going to find their stride, but ultimately they ended up losing 8-5. And that was an unexpected homer, just a second homer for the freshman in his young career. Second one on the season for him.
2 hits yesterday. They could really use him showing up and being able to turn that lineup over today. getting it back to the top where they really like to do a lot of damage. Obviously, we didn't see much of it yesterday, but we all know that that's where the strength of this ball club is.
One and two to Domenico. Pitch 36 coming from James Peterson. And Domenico goes down swinging for the out. 2 down here in the top of the third.
Looked like a little bit of a slider that just kind of, looked like a fastball, just kind of ran up. He tried to climb the ladder on it, and he was able to do it. You don't find a lot of guys that can successfully climb the ladder from such a low slot of release, but he did it really well there. Kind of stays right above the belt. Gets Remo to swing right under it.
Top of the order now, and Alex Conover.
This is a man that made a big jump from where he was and what he did in 2025. Just under 40 games last year, 258 and only 4 homers. And obviously, as you see here this year, he's having a wonderful season this year, and it's been much improved, and he's gotten to be a huge part of what they do, especially at the top of this lineup.
Second in the Big 12 in batting average. Top 10 overall in runs and OPS. And what an anchor to have at the top of the order. He fouls that one away. He started this game off with a shot hit to right field, but a great catch was made by Miguel Oropeza.
Once again, you look in the outfield and you watch where they're playing at, they understand who's hitting and what he does and what he's capable of. And also how he's been lately through April and May. Alex Conover's hitting .426, and 13 of those 14 homers you see on the board have been hit over this amount of time. Not right here, though.
Conover goes down looking to finish up the top half of the third inning. Impressive work from James Peterson.
And here you got James Peterson feeling everything he's doing, and he is working hard for Alabama State. He's got that two-seam working.
Eight, 9, and 1 for the SWAC champions in the bottom of the third inning. Still no score in an elimination game from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Derek Jones and Jared Mitchell with you as the Cowboys and Hornets meet for the first time ever. An excuse me swing from Quentin Jenkins leads to out one. Brennan Phillips has been strong so far for the Cowboys, Jared.
Incredible so far. Like I said, he's got that slider working, got the changeup working, and we got ourselves a pitcher's duel here in an elimination game early on. I won't say it, but if you look up at the scoreboard, there's something going on right now. We're trying to see if somebody can get this thing going a little bit. It's a good ball game going. It's definitely got two guys throwing well, placing pitches, being able to spot up right now, making it tough on the hitters in these lineups to kind of figure out what they need to do to get to them.
Well, okay, maybe that's a double jinx, so that means nobody's jinxed.
We can call it whatever we want.
0-1 over to Ortiz. Another one for Avery Ortiz. Quickly 2 down.
It's a nice job in this inning so far by Brendan Phillips. Pounding the zone, getting 2 quick outs, and it would work to his advantage. He's able to complete the inning and finish it the exact same way.
Back to the top of the order for Devin Chandler. Four straight groundouts here for this Alabama State offense. Chandler trying to kickstart this offense, looking for his first hit in regional play. And he's ahead here 2-0.
You know, we came in the game talking about the ERA of Phillips. We popped it up there, showed it was an 8 on the season. But that's understanding that he's really been a lot better against lefties. So it's funny to see that he's faced so many righties in this game so far, and he's been able to neutralize what they do offensively. So he's done a really good job of kind of breaking the trend of who he's been so far, and it's a lot to do with how he's been able to place and been able to finish with the slider and the changeup late in counts.
There's a strike to run it to 3-1 against Devin Chandler. Another strike. This is an Oklahoma State pitching staff that has shown flexibility throughout the course of the year. They've had multiple pitchers go in between the starting role and out of the bullpen. Phillips among them. And there's a called third strike to retire Devin Chandler and the Hornets in the bottom of the third. Jose Vasquez on the way in a moment.
More of the same from Brendan Phillips. Works his way back into the count and finishes it with the slider to strike out Devin Chandler. We got goose eggs on the board still.
To Alabama, no score between the Cowboys and the Hornets. We're joined right now by the head coach of Alabama State, Jose Vasquez. Coach, how about this start from James Peterson?
Competing, right now, so far giving us a chance. Obviously, we got to try to do something against their guy. Really good, arm with good stuff. Throwing 4 pitches for, right there in the zone. So But James is competing. He's doing what he's done all year, competing for us, giving us a chance. I'm just, you know, we got to make some adjustments and hopefully score a few for him so he can continue to keep us in the game.
Well, James has been obviously really good. Brennan's been as good on the other side. What does your lineup need to do to be able to get to Brendan Phillips and kind of frustrate him a little bit?
Well, I think we have to, you know, follow some pitches. I think obviously the best defense is really right now the strikeout. We have to put the ball in play and we have to force him to continue to make plays. But right now, you know, he got some good strikeout stuff and it's giving us a balance and obviously throwing a mix of pitches right there to be able to get that done. But, you know, it's a long game. We just gotta battle, man. It's a grind. You know how it is when it comes to games like this. You gotta grind it out and you gotta compete every time that you see a pitch.
Coach, thanks for your time. We'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
When we talked yesterday to Coach Vasquez about the turning point of the season, all he said was, before I could even finish the sentence, was James Peterson. And he said James Peterson was a big difference maker for this team.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the wins that he has on the year, but we also made sure to notice that he's got 30-plus appearances this year. It hasn't just been as a starter.
There's the first hit of the game from Brock Thompson. And Thompson's at second base with a double, and the Cowboys are cooking here in the top of the fourth.
And this is such a nice job of letting this baseball get deep. You can see a nice flat swing right here, getting that bat in the zone early, and he's able to fight this off, much like he did the line drive he had in the first inning. But this one squeaks by the third baseman for a hit, and it's a double, and now you see this Oklahoma State in business with their best bat, best hitter at the plate. Let's see if they can get something going.
Team leading 19th double of the season for Thompson. Here's Colin Ritchie. Takes wide on the first offering, 1-0.
And that's a glimpse of what has made this Oklahoma State team so good. You see Colin Ritchie up there with the 29 homers. We know about what they can do with the long ball, but because of guys like Brock Thompson is why they're also fourth in the country in extra base hits. They don't just hit the long ball. They know how to hit the doubles. They know how to hit the triples. They run the bases well, and it's why this offense has been so good this year.
2-0 to Ritchie, inside 3-0.
I got to imagine he's not going to get something too close here to hit.
And he does not. Better to end up out of the strike zone than on a grassy knoll somewhere out in right field.
I think the at-bat starts, and it's you know, you start competing, but once you fall behind 2-0, especially once you get to 3-0, you start getting real cautious about how you're going to approach someone that's got such an ability to leave the ballpark so quickly.
That sets the table for Avery Ortiz with 2 on. Another opportunity for Oklahoma State with a couple of runners on. Ortiz showing bunt there, and that one drifted inside.
This time of the year, teams start playing a whole lot of real baseball. You wonder, if early in the year, if you're in this situation, same lineup and all, do you choose to let Ortiz hit and do what he needs to do? You know, or Avery's a guy that doesn't have a ton of starts this year, only 48 at-bats coming into the ball game. But here we are, we have to throw him right in the middle of the lineup. In this situation, we need you to move these runners to second and third and get us to 1 out to give us an opportunity. On the year, 3 for 15 when a runner's in scoring position. So we understand where he is and what he has and or hasn't done, but it's important because we got to get to the next ball game. So how can we move these runners best in this situation? It looks like that's the approach they're taking, at least early in the count in this at-bat.
Of course, with all of the regional play going on in the NCAA baseball regionals, let's peek in on squeeze play. A lot of action going on around the country. VCU and Tennessee. How about that, VCU?
VCU doing it. There's been so much going on around the country early, man. And this is what makes this tournament so great. You don't know what's going to happen once you get into the actual NCAA tournament and you start seeing schools that maybe you didn't think show up with guys that are dudes that can play and teams that play together start surprising you.
2 on as Peterson will take the toss back to second base. You saw there with the look in towards squeeze play, Coastal Carolina and Florida State playing in an elimination game in the Tallahassee Regional. 1-0 to Ortiz is bunted right to Peterson.
Like a cat off the mound. That's a great play by James Peterson. It's going to be looked over a little bit, but such a good job of being in a position to field his position. Once he throws and releases a pitch, he's able to get off the mound quickly and catch this before it goes down. That's a really good job. Knowing the situation, knowing they're trying to get that bunt down and move him over, erasing Avery Ortiz, which could have been a better bunt, not the worst bunt I've ever seen. But I've seen that ball drop a lot of times, and the play still happens the way it's supposed to because you're not in a position to field your position once you finish delivering a pitch.
And that hits Campbell Smithwick.
I won't say you sat here and erased the good that you did with the out before. You're still 1 pitch away with the ground ball, but you're definitely making it harder on yourself with somebody in this lineup like Colin Brueggemann who can really impact and drive the baseball. So you got a tall task ahead of you getting out of this inning now with the bases loaded and 1 out.
Colin Brueggemann with the bases loaded. Hits this one well out towards center field. Back and goodbye. A grand slam. And all of a sudden, it's 4-0 Oklahoma State.
Folks, if you looked away from the TV, you might want to go ahead and tune back in and see this replay. My goodness. Colin Brueggemann, 462 feet dead central at 111 miles per hour off the bat. That ball cleared the hitter's eye and cleared it with ease in center. That is a mammoth homer. That is a statement homer.
Over the batter's eye here at the Joe. Park cars beware. The 139th homer of the season for the Cowboys, who now lead 4-0. That is an emphatic way to end that bases loaded drought that they had yesterday, as this one sneaks over towards first base. The throw pulling Peterson off the bag, and Garrett Scholl is safe.
Really a good job making the play, a great job by Peterson getting over, and kind of a nonchalant throw a little bit to finish. And I think if you have a little bit more intent, a little bit more direction, you get that ball on target for your second out. Wasn't able to complete it. Now got another runner on. Looks like you got Peterson who may be hurting a little bit here.
That will be, by the way, credited as a hit, and Peterson shaken up. He has really given it his all out there in terms of fielding the position here today.
Can't tell if it was like the dive and he maybe fell on his chest and knocked the wind out of himself, or if it may have been a hamstring on the reach back. I get a good look of it here. Nice layout though. Nice pop up too. Kid's an athlete, man.
He got pulled the other way by that throw from Jackson Williams.
It's just an incredible effort to make sure that ball doesn't get by him, because if it does, there's a good chance that's another free base from this Alabama State defense. He kept it there. He don't give up the base. See if he's all right and can continue to go.
Oklahoma State turning around the trend from yesterday. They were 0 for 5 with the bases loaded, struck out 3 times, 1 for 1 with the grand slam from Colin Briggerman that has made it a 4-0 game.
Yeah, it looks like they're kind of looking at his calf or lower leg or something. It's an awkward move. It wasn't something that he's used to doing, so it might have just shocked the body a little differently. Seems like he's okay though, ready to go.
Bullpen action has commenced for Alabama State. Trey Power getting loose for the Hornets. So when play resumes, it'll be Garrett Schull at first base with 1 out and 4 in for Oklahoma State. Sebastian Norman in the DH role today, hitting 8th. Did not play yesterday. Count 1-1.
266 on the year, coming in with 6 homers. Looking for him to drive something here again. And I think it's just been a theme. If you look across the outfield again, it's just been a theme for them to, hey, we're going to keep everything in front as much as we can. So you get the ground ball here, and they a little too slow to turn the double play, but they'll be able to get the force at second.
So it'll be a fielder's choice as Santana able to get the lead runner in Schull.
He's probably hit just a little too soft to be able to turn that double play. Gets down the line pretty well. Nonetheless, you still got 2 outs, so it's an easy way out to get a ball in play.
That'll leave it up to Remo Indomenico to keep this inning going. He takes the first pitch for a called strike. One of the 2 strikeouts recorded by James Peterson today. Norman takes off, and Norman is safe at second base.
Sneaky, sneaky. That's Sebastian's 4th bag of the year. 4 for 6 coming in. Probably saw something a little slower delivery to the plate and said, let me get myself in the scoring position here and see if we can't score another run with a base hit.
Listed at 258 pounds.
He can move. He can move.
No question.
Nice little fullback right there. He can move. He can run. I see what he's doing. I like it.
If there's anybody with no football talent, it is you. 2-1 on the way. Three balls and 1 strike to Indomenico, who now has a runner in scoring position with Sebastian Norman over at second. Just got a piece of that one. And Callaway gets up after getting hit there. May have gotten a piece of his arm.
Got him right on the hand. See off the tip, off the foul ball tip. It got him right on the hand. That's tough.
Well, that will be a talking point in the 1-0 game coming up later on tonight between Alabama and Upstate. John Lim, the starting catcher for Alabama, took one off the hand behind the plate late in the game, and Indomenico draws the walk. Lim left the game, and when Rob Vaughn was asked afterwards if Lim would play, he was unclear on if Lim would be available. We'll find out tonight at 7 Eastern if Alabama will have their starting catcher.
I think for them in that situation tonight, the question will be is he available to swing the bat? It seemed like they were setting it up for Brady Neal to catch tonight, pulling him. I think he was probably the first guy that they pulled out of the game last night, pulling him. But that'll remain to be seen. because today's a big ball game for them. If they're able to pull a win off, get yourself into that championship game situation where you got to be beaten twice. I think that's kind of where you would want to be, obviously. So it's a big ball game you got going on tonight between Alabama and South Carolina Upstate.
So Callaway bouncing back. And this is over to first base. Fielded off the hop by Williams, steps on the bag. Oklahoma State sends 9 to the plate. Josh Holliday will join us when we come back. The big fly from Colin Briggeman.
Absolute monster homer. 4-0 Oklahoma State.
Welcome back to the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. It is 4-0 Oklahoma State in an elimination game here in the Tuscaloosa Regional. Derek Jones, Jared Mitchell, and now the head coach of Oklahoma State, Josh Holliday. Coach, how about that at bat by Colin Briggeman?
Yeah, we needed something like that to kind of get us off the schneid there. We were stuck. This young man's made some pitches, and you know, he's got a tricky delivery, obviously, so trying to figure out his release, movement on the pitches, and then get on time with him. And Brugge swing right there obviously was a big one. He put 4 up in a hurry. That's a good one, right? That beats having to get 6 singles, but we'll take it. Now we just got to keep building on it.
Coach, can you talk about Brendan Phillips so far and the job that he's done? It's been really good with landing that slider and that changeup late in counts. Can you talk about him being able to show up in a big moment like today?
Well, no doubt about it. And, you know, he did this last year. If you can look back on the book, he pitched outstanding in the regional last year in Athens. He gutted it out, I think, 2 different times. He went out there for us and gave us great length and great tenacity in that regional, just pitching tough and mixing speeds and keeping us in ball games against, I think, both Duke. I think it was Duke actually twice last year in the regional. So he's always seemed to find a comfort in this setting. And he's always been able to rise to the occasion. And you saw right there, he made a quality pitch early in the count, got a quick one. So definitely preferred style for sure. Strikes early, change speeds, get some early contact, and try to navigate their lineup quickly.
Coach, really quickly, did his performance last year in a spot like this, knowing what the moment means, did it have a lot to go in to do with him getting a start today?
Well, it did, and we thought his mix of pitches, his ability early in the count to throw off speed for strikes, and a little bit of the percentages, and just looking, you know, both at Alabama State and at our pitching staff, he was a good matchup with his pitch mix. But yes, he's got experience in this setting. We're going to need some really good outings from different guys to pull our way back through this tournament, and we felt like he was the right guy for this game.
Coach, thanks so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Josh Holliday, pleased with the efforts so far of Brendan Phillips, who has been strong through 3 1/3 in an elimination game between the Cowboys and the Hornets.
It's really interesting hearing him talk about it because, I mean, obviously there's a ton of things and factors they look into as to why they make the moves that they're going to make in games. But to understand and know that he was in a similar situation last year, the way he matches up with this team, the way maybe the rest of his staff matches up with the rest of the teams and what could possibly happen going forward, understanding they needed length and stuff, all those things kind of going into the decision of saying Brendan Phillips is the man for this spot and getting him in here, and him so far through 3 paying dividend of them doing that.
That last pitch drew some oohs and ahs from those in attendance. A close one from Phillips. It's 3-2 to Oropeza. And Oropeza able to stay alive there. He walked in his first at bat. And that was the thing early on in the game. The first two batters struck out. Oropeza came up and put together a good at bat that concluded with a walk. Got a piece again.
You watch Oropeza, man, it's so easy to see why he's put together the season that he's put together this year. He's got a short, compact swing. He does a really good job with 2 strikes of just continuing the battle, finding his way to the next pitch, and he doesn't go down easy. He's a hard out. He's a tough out. He makes you throw a lot of pitches. He makes you work, and you know you've earned it if you were able to sit him down.
In the air towards center field, towards Colin Ritchie. Makes the catch.
You get a look here at the long ball that broke up the no-no and also broke up the no scoring in the game. And this ball is such a tight swing. He does such a good job of staying flat through that zone for a long time. And Colin Brueggemann knew it as soon as it left the bat, and the entire stadium got to watch that thing clear the hitter's eye. 462 feet, that's it. He'll remember that one for a while, I promise you that.
Miguel Jenkins, the center fielder at the plate, and you're right, that's a memorable moment potentially for Oklahoma State. They can hold on here and advance to play on Sunday. 1-1. The winner of this game will get the loser of the 1-0 game. That will take place between Alabama and Upstate tonight. Two-one, a little low. 3 balls and 1 strike. Warm day today here at the Joe. 84 degrees. Cloudy conditions throughout the day expected. And the walk earned by Jenkins. Talked about what's to come here in Tuscaloosa. Alabama and Upstate will face off tonight in the 1-0 game. The winner moves on to the regional final. Meanwhile, the loser of this game will see their season come to an end. The winner will move on to an elimination game on Sunday against either Alabama or Upstate.
I think we got a good one brewing tonight. You got to watch Upstate only use 3 arms, so they got a whole lot of that pen ready to use. We know how they like to use their starters and allow them to go as long as they can. They got 3 guys that have done a really good job for them this year. I think we're in line for a good ball game tonight.
It's incredible to think that Alabama did not score the most runs in day 1, despite scoring 21 runs. That honor for the highest scoring performance goes to Georgia Tech, 22.
22 runs in a 9-inning ball game. That good?
That's pretty good. I'd say so.
That plays? Gives you a chance?
That checks a couple of boxes. Callaway over and foul. How about Brennan Phillips there? He let that go foul instead of playing that, which that is a tough play for a pitcher to make.
That's a tough play for anyone to make, and it's a smart play by Brennan Phillips because you can tell he's go, 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 and he throws the brakes on it the last second after he can see the spin on the baseball and lets it roll foul and gets himself to another pitch because I'm not sure he's able to pick that ball up, make a spin turn all in one motion, and get him on the throw at first. It was a good play by him.
So the count will be 1-2 to Trey Calloway.
I think this is a big at bat for the Alabama State.
Count level at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Still searching for their first hit of the day with the runner on. Jenkins over at first base. Calloway stays away from that pitch, full count.
Go soft away here and see if we can get him to chase.
Ground ball over to Ortiz. On the run, makes the play. And down go the Hornets in the bottom of the 4th inning. The Cowboys still out in front, 4-0 as we go to the 5th.
Exclusively on ESPN, 40-plus NCAA championships. Confetti rains. Nets are cut. Joy erupts. Hardware is hoisted. History happens here on ESPN, home of NCAA championships.
Welcome back to the Joe Sewell Thomas Stadium on the campus of the University of Alabama. Oklahoma State leading by the score of 4-0. Here in the top of the 5th inning, Derek Jones and Jared Mitchell with you as the Cowboys back to the plate. In the top of the 5th after sending 9 hitters to the plate in the 4th. James Peterson still out there for the SWAC champions from Alabama State.
Alabama State has Trey Power warming in the pen. I thought we might see him maybe possibly at the beginning of this inning, but James Peterson stays out there. But this is exactly where it started at last inning. Brock Thompson leads the inning off with a double, and see if he can get him going again here in the 5th inning. He's had 2 really good at-bats already today. Obviously the line drive to the left field wall, and then the last at-bat, the double to left field.
And that really turned the momentum of this game. Once they kind of dented Peterson, they were able to build the momentum that culminated with that grand slam. You know you're putting in an effort when your hat flops off a lot. That's what's happening with James Peterson.
Effort or big hair, one of the two, both. Maybe, you know, it's all the same thing. I don't have that problem, so, you know, I just got to roll with it.
Same. Ground ball off the glove of Peterson, played by Devine, and Devine gets Thompson for the first out.
Really good job right here by Devine, being able to change directions off of the carom of the glove, making sure he makes the play and a strong throw over to first to get Brock Thompson.
That'll bring in Colin Ritchie. Ritchie scored a run back in the fourth after a walk. He came in as a part of that grand slam.
I think it would really make Josh Holliday feel real good to see this young man get going here in this tournament. He's the biggest part, one would say, of their offense and what they do. And once you see him going, I think a lot of things roll and start to work around him as well.
29 home runs on the season for Ritchie. He didn't get anything to hit really in that last at bat. He hits this one out towards right field, but this will stay in the park. And it'll find Miguel Oropeza out in right. Ritchie just missed that one.
I'm gonna tell you what, he just missed that one. If you got a chance to watch him run the bags, you saw him kind of clap right after it. That is as close as he's been this whole weekend, and if he's getting there and they can continue to play, it might need trouble for anyone else facing him. He just missed that ball.
And that's the thing with this Oklahoma State team. You don't have a lot of room for error as a pitcher, as Ortiz fouling that first pitch away.
And he's not a big emotion guy. He's not going to give you a ton. But you saw him kind of subtly clap the hands like he knew he had one to handle. Took a good pass at it and just barely missed it. You don't see him do that much.
0-1 over to Devine. Another play for Braden Devine. This time it finishes off the Cowboys in the top of the 5th inning. They still lead 4-0.
Welcome to Squeeze Play. All the highlights, all the big moments.
You got a chance to have some big-time fireworks.
6 to 8 games on the screen at one time.
You're going to be locked in for that.
The season on the line.
Hashtag Squeeze Play. Send us some tweets. Maybe we'll put you on the social wall.
The storybook season will continue.
ESPN is a home for the NCAA College Baseball Regionals. For around-the-clock multi-game coverage, scan the QR code below. ESPN Plus subscribers can access expanded coverage with Squeeze Play. What a phenomenal experience that is to check out Squeeze Play. Perhaps some fans here at the Joe doing just that. And there has been a lot of action so far today already. Elimination games involving national seeds underway. This one put out towards right field. And the catch made out in right by Indomenico for out one.
Yeah, I'd definitely tell you, if you can't sit still, or you like watching multiple things at once, squeeze play is everything you need. You just go ahead and turn that on, and there's a whole bunch going on at one time.
And squeeze play, obviously a major part of this weekend. Hello to those watching, perhaps on squeeze play right now. And it's been a game that has been dominated by pitching so far. Alabama State still searching for their first hit. All of the offense for Oklahoma State coming in the fourth inning. Clark with a shot up the middle, and there's the first hit of the game for Alabama State.
There is the first hit of the game for Alabama State, and also Cale Clark's first hit of the tournament. After going 0 for 3 yesterday, he gets this hanging slider right over the middle of the plate and sends it right back where it came from, 98 miles an hour off the bat. And Alabama State's in business, finally on the board in the hit column.
And we'll see if this can get something going. They were hanging around with Alabama for a bit in the early stages of the game last night before the game fell apart on them. It was 3-2 at one point, and then the Crimson Tide said enough of that and ended up winning 21-3. But to their credit, Alabama State giving it a go here today. But the difference right now in this contest is one swing of the bat, that grand slam by Colin Brigham. Jenkins takes. The DH, Cale Clark, over at first base with one out in the bottom of the fifth. Clark back to the bag. Oklahoma State making their 51st appearance in program history in regionals. Just the third for Alabama State. Hot shot over to Ortiz, who makes the play. The glove flash there by Avery Ortiz, 2 down.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get another look at that. Look at the reflexes and the quick moving by Avery Ortiz at third. If he doesn't make this play, that is a sure double down the left field line and probably a run score. But go ahead and give Ortiz some love right now. You plug him into the lineup at third, and he has been super active today. That's his 6th time making a play over there early in this ball game, and he's showing up and played some real good defense for Oklahoma State today.
Over to Thompson, long throw, and what a scoop by Colin Brigham. He did it with the bat earlier, does it with the glove here.
And get yourself a look again at Avery Ortiz making an athletic play, going to his right, and then you get the play as short to end the inning. Remember, this is a team that made 3 errors yesterday, showing up today early through 5, making defensive plays and looking like the Oklahoma State team we thought would show up. 4-0 going into the top of the 6th.
Back at the Joe, it's an elimination game in the Tuscaloosa Regional. Oklahoma State and Alabama State. 4-0 lead for the Cowboys in the top of the 6th inning. Derek Jones and Jared Mitchell with you. Alabama and USC Upstate on the way tonight in the 1-0 game. Campbell Smithwick will start off the inning for the Cowboys.
He's been on base twice today without a hit. Walked once, hit by a pitch in the second at bat.
Puts this one out towards center field. Jenkins gives chase and makes the play. Well, let's take a look at today's Capital One rewarding performance, and it's the grand slam from Colin Briggeman.
1 for 3 yesterday. He continues to show up in the lineup, and that ball goes 462 feet at 111 miles per hour off the bat. He did not miss a stitch. He almost hit that ball on the overpass in center field.
Yeah.
I think he was aiming for it.
He gave that one a tremendous ride. And we talked about it yesterday. This is not the easiest park to hit a ball out of. We saw a few fly out in the nightcap with Alabama and Alabama State out towards left and right field, but dead center. You got to put something into it to get it out there.
Yeah, it's definitely an impressive poke, but if there's anybody also in that lineup, if you watch this team take BP, he has got some of the most raw power in that entire roster. So I'm not surprised at all. And when you hit balls at 111 miles per hour that spin the right way, they pretty much leave any ballpark.
He hit that one well, but yanked it foul. We talked about it throughout yesterday and today. This is a very powerful lineup. Just take a look at the all-time home runs list in Cowboys history. You have 2 players on this roster in the top 10 in Briggeman and Richie. Briggeman now with 52 home runs in his career, 9th all-time in program history. Do you happen to know who's 8th? He's in the building.
Josh Holliday.
That's correct. Josh Holliday, 53 home runs.
It's a lot of experience in that Cowboy uniform to pass on to some of these younger players, right?
And Briggeman earns the walk. And it's funny, we were talking to some of the players for Oklahoma State about Coach Holliday's playing days here at Oklahoma State, and we asked, does he ever bring that up? And they said, well, in little drips. We don't get a lot about it.
He's a humble guy. Probably lets him know every now and then. He may know a thing or two what he's talking about. You know, that's kind of how things go a little bit. But no, he was a great player. Obviously comes from a great baseball family as well. So these guys are, and there's been a lot of big leaguers that have come out of that program under Josh Holliday as well. So there's just a lot of knowledge of what he does and what he's been able to do there, and also the coaches and the programs he's been in as well before getting to Oklahoma State as the head coach.
Garrett Scholl in at the plate, facing a 2-0 count. Briggeman over at first. Now 3-0. Still movement in the Alabama State bullpen.
Scholl 2 hits yesterday, 1 hit today. You're sitting here looking at a 3-0 count, but trying to have a team to get their, I was wondering, a team trying to get their mojo back, trying to get their feel back if they kind of take the chains off and let him swing 3-0. He seems like he was in an auto take situation, so I think the green light's on here if he gets something he likes.
Can't get one there. 3-2.
Very healthy. Made for fit foods right there. He didn't get cheated.
Full count. And it's another walk. As Scholl joins Brigman on the base paths via the walk.
James tried to work that front door two-seamer. That one just happened to run a little too far off the plate and could not come back. You could see him trying to work it. He thought he might have stuffed it in there and stuck it on the corner. Did not get the call.
Sebastian Norman, the DH, with 2 on and 1 out. This is normally a lineup that leans heavily into left-handed hitting. A righty sneaking in there today with Sebastian Norman.
And it makes a lot of sense when you're facing a guy like James Peterson, coming from that low slot down there, to get a lot of left-handed bats in, to get him a better look at it, see it better, and it's paid off for him so far.
And this is a part of the lineup that has been a big problem for opposing pitching so far in this regional. 6 through 9 for Oklahoma State. .535 on base percentage.
Shows you the depth and why they've been so good this year, right? Because even when you haven't had the top of the lineup play well, or at least not yesterday, you're still able to get that kind of production from the bottom half of the lineup. So the ability to turn that lineup over and keep getting those guys at the top of that lineup an opportunity to swing the bat bodes well for you as you go through a season.
And if you focus on the 7 through 9 hitters, 5 of 12 as Norman fouls this one away.
Like we said, we talked about him yesterday. With all the mistakes, with all the things that went wrong, with the uncharacteristic play that they had yesterday, it was still within reach. Like, you lost that ball game by 3 runs. It shows you the ceiling, even in a bad performance, that this Oklahoma State team has.
1-2. Another pitch on the way to Sebastian Norman.
Peterson's lucky to get that baseball back. Sebastian was all over that, hanging really like a cement mixer right in the middle of the plate.
One, two, again fouled away. Pitch 8 of the at-bat. 2 on with 1 out. This one is playable. And the infield fly rule is called. Norman retired, now 2 outs.
What a tough outing so far by James Peterson. You know, he gives up the grand slam in that 1 inning, but that's pretty much been the brunt of the work there, and to continue to keep your ball club in this game when you haven't gotten much from the offense yet speaks to the type of competitor he is, speaks to why he got the ball today, and it also speaks to why he's still in this ball game late, giving them a chance, continuing to go out there and throw, and giving them pretty much all he's got.
Pitch 100 on the way. Out of play. How is that for hitters to deal with the delivery of Peterson, kind of that sidewinder motion?
It's a lot easier for lefties. You get to see it a lot longer. You're not feeling like the ball's coming from behind you, which is, you know, hence the why Oklahoma State has so many lefties in this lineup today. It is a lot tougher on righties, and it makes you really try to barrel down on letting the ball travel, letting that baseball get deep, and really trying to use the opposite side of the field because it's so hard. And if you start committing and flying open, if he's able to execute pitches, it makes it really tough for you to be able to do what you need to do at the plate.
Missing the mark there to Indomenico, who is 0 for 1 today with a walk. He's ahead here, 3-1 with 2 on. Brigham in at second, Scholl at first. In the air towards left center field. Chandler has a track on it, and it is off his glove and into center field. 2 runs will score. Indomenico heads to third. The ball gets away towards the Alabama State dugout. And 2 more runs are in for the Cowboys. It's 6-0 Oklahoma State.
Now this ball will be, the arrow's going to go on Devine here in this situation, but I truly think a ball like this is tailor-made for center fielders to be making that play. I think you should be the one that's commanding what's going on in the outfield. The ball hangs up for so long. A really good center fielder is going to get to that. He's going to make the call. It's not even really about if you can or can't get to it physically. I think so many center fielders can get to it physically. It's whether or not you want to command it and get to it and actually make the call. You can almost kind of tell he's already motoring down, thinking that that play's going to be made by Chandler when he should be the one that's actually trying to make sure he makes the play and getting them out of that.
So miscommunication there out and left between Chandler and Jenkins, and that is a tough way for James Peterson to see his day and possibly his season come to an end. A pitching change here in Tuscaloosa. It'll be Trey Power making his way into the game. A great effort by James Peterson has come to an end. The Hornets fans salute Peterson. 6-0 lead for the Cowboys. James Peterson heading off after a rough way to see his day come to an end. Threw over 100 pitches today, and really outside of a handful of pitches, he was a handful for the Cowboys.
Yeah, and I think that line's not truly indicative of the day that he had today, but you got a chance to see not only what he means to his teammates, but to this fan base as well, and how big he's been for the team and what it'll mean and what could possibly be his last time putting a uniform on this year.
There's a strike to Alex Conover. Trey Power into the game now.
This is a strategic move here. Conover was one that struggled against lefties this year. He's hitting just .229 off lefties, but only 2 extra base hits. So it's the right move to go to the lefty, see if you can get yourself out of this inning.
Just to cap the sequence from the last inning that got Peterson out of the game, that was officially scored as an error on Devin Chandler.
Tough error to eat when you're laying out. Jersey's fully dirty. That's a tough error to eat, but nonetheless, it's an error.
There wasn't much wind there, so when you saw that ball go up in the air, you're thinking they're both going in the same spot. Maybe the wind kind of took it a little bit, but eventually it just looked like there was some miscommunication there between the 2 outfielders in Jenkins and Chandler.
I think what happens a lot.
And speaking of Chandler, near the wall, he makes the catch. Great play there made by Devin Chandler. Not a lot of real estate out there in left.
Really good play made, ranging towards the wall, being able to find the wall, wall, and making the play and saving himself as well in the inning. Good job by Devin Chandler. Alabama State needs some runs. Down 6-0 headed into the bottom of the 6th.
Welcome back to the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. An adventurous inning for Devin Chandler. The misplay out in left. The catch with a wall bearing down on him out in left to end the inning. And of course, it's baseball. That means you must lead off to begin your turn at the plate.
How romantic. Baseball finds a way to keep putting you in the center of everything that's going on when maybe something's not going right for you.
Chandler 0 for 2 today. Still searching for his first hit in regionals. One and two. Brennan Phillips has been tough on these Alabama State hitters. He's allowed just 1 hit today.
Brennan Phillips has just been able to do pretty much whatever he's wanted with that slider and the way it's moving and the way it's working. It's got a lot of horizontal break. It's also got some late downward dive to it as well, and he's been getting everyone to swing right over the top of it.
And he gets Devin Chandler the first strikeout for Phillips since the 3rd inning.
And here you get a chance to see him working. It started early, and when you got it going that well early, we knew this could be a possible tough day for this Alabama State team. But then he started mixing in the changeup as well and throwing that arm side. especially when he got late in the counts. And when you got enough fastball and you're able to throw it for strikes and you start mixing and matching this way, it's been tough for Alabama to kind of figure out what he's doing to him up there.
Got to give a lot of credits here to Phillips, who has really put together a strong outing for Oklahoma State.
I tell you what, if you're going to come out of a loser's bracket situation, getting 6 in the third from Stormy Rhodes yesterday in relief, and then now getting this outing so far by Brendan Phillips is a really good way, a really good recipe to find yourself in a place where you can compete, having to throw so many guys going into a possible Game 6 or a possible Game 7 if you're able to make it to that spot. More of the same, right? You got him to get to that 2-strike, and he's just doing such a good job of burying that slider downward towards that back foot of these righties, and they just haven't been able to get a beat on it to figure it out yet.
Back-to-back strikeouts for Brendan Phillips, 7 now on the day. The Cowboys do have Kai Fike warming up in the bullpen. And you wonder if he is going to appear in this game soon, because Phillips is closing in on the century mark for pitches. Hit sharply, and that gets into left field for a base hit past the glove of Brock Thompson.
There you saw him hang one of those sliders just so slightly, just a little bit, and Miguel Oropeza is too good of a hitter. He will find a way to get bad on you. 102 off the bat, line drive right by the shortstop, and you got a hit for Alabama State, and they're in business.
Miguel Jenkins at the plate with 2 down in this inning. He has a walk and a strikeout thus far today. And now time has been called.
Have a little conversation about what's going on here. Probably wanting to talk approach a little more. How are we going to go forward? How are you going to get it done in this at bat? Knowing what Brendan Phillips has been trying to do and successfully doing against everyone so far.
And again, this offense has not had a ton of base runners on today. They just got into the hit column back in the 5th. Have a runner on this inning, put 1 on in the 5th, had 1 on in the 4th, and 1 on in the 1st, but it has been a desert on the base paths by and large for Alabama State because of the pitching of the lefty Brendan Phillips. And Jenkins in the hole here, 0-2. Ball bounces away from Smithwick, able to track it down.
It's a good job keeping that ball in front by Smithwick and not allowing the runner to advance to second.
Phillips trying to end what could be his last inning with a flourish. But it gets away from Smithwick, and it allows Oropeza to get to second base. He takes a rather wide turn past second, but he'll stay put. That was a problem at times yesterday for Oklahoma State. Giving up that extra base to Upstate, and Upstate took full advantage to eventually win 8-5. Fouled away.
It's impressive to see him still have a feel for both of those off-speed pitches, the slider and the changeup. He has not used the curveball much today, but what he's been able to do with that 3-pitch mix has been special, and has been able to control this Alabama State lineup for pretty much all of the entire game, obviously only giving up the 2 hits.
2-2, pulled wide of the line at third base. That area has been a hot spot throughout the day. Avery Ortiz, who's in at third base this afternoon, been pretty active over at third. And he has shown a pretty solid glove in this contest.
Yeah, Ortiz has been great at third. He's made all the plays that's needed to be made over there, and it's been a big reason as why his defense has looked so much better today than what they did in game 1 in the opener in this regional.
If Jenkins reaches, that will bring up Trey Calloway. So it'll be interesting to see if Jenkins reaches, if Phillips stays in. Out towards right center field. This could find the gap, and it's gone. A 2-run homer for Nigel Jenkins, and the lead for Oklahoma State is cut to 6-2.
So it'll be interesting to see if this runs Brendan Phillips and ends this day. We got to, well, yep, and it does. But before this, look, Nigel gets a hanging slider. Not many of them have been hung by Brendan Phillips today, and this ball leaves the bat at 102 miles per hour and easily clears the fence at 388 feet. That's a very good swing, a really good at bat by Nigel Phillips. But hats off and tip your cap to that young man, Brendan Phillips, who came in a big situation and gave Oklahoma State everything they could ask for and more as the book is closed on him today.
He got to 100 pitches, gives up the home run, and his day will end. He gave it a strong go for the Cowboys. They lead at 6-2, a pitching change in Tuscaloosa. Brendan Phillips getting congratulations from his teammates. 100 pitches on the day, struck out 7. He was really good today.
Brendan Phillips is incredible today, and it was started early and often. He threw the slider when and where he wanted. He moved it around the zone. He was able to bury it back-footed, and when he started mixing in the changeup, he really started giving these hitters fits. I thought he did exactly what he needed to do in a situation where they needed length and they needed quality, and he came out and did exactly that for this Oklahoma State ball club.
So Phillips, we talked earlier about the importance of him giving this bullpen a breather, especially if they want to have a deeper run into this regional, and that's exactly what Phillips was able to do. Kai Fike, the junior out of Canada, now in the mix for the Cowboys.
Kai Fike coming in, he is predominantly a fastball, curveball guy. You got a chance to see the curveball there. 2-0 in the season with a 7.15 ERA and 39 innings of work. The walks have been high, the hits have been given up, but I think in this situation, if he's able to come out and give them some length, they would love that situation of not having to dip into the bullpen again.
Trey Callaway fouling that one off. And that's a good point. Now you hope, it'd be great maybe if you can get this across the finish line here without having to use many more pitchers in this contest if you're Oklahoma State. 1-2.
Yeah, when you watch what he's done on the year, he hasn't thrown more than 67 pitches anywhere on the season. This is Trey Callaway yesterday, and I remember he is one of the dangerous bats in this lineup. He is leading this team in homers, so he has the ability to leave at any time, and if he does here, can make this thing interesting and cut it to a 3-run ball game.
That homer yesterday tied a program record for most home runs in a season with 17. A grounder here. Brigham in. This is going to be a tough play, and Callaway is safe. Fike was trailing the play just enough for Callaway to be able to beat it down the line.
And listen, he's playing so far off, and you knew as soon as he went to his right, this was almost definitely going to be a hit because there was no way that Kai Fike was going to be able to get to first in time. I think your best chance in that situation, even though they have themselves shifted in that way, is for him to take off the bat, and it has to be instantaneous. Take off the bat going to first, and your second baseman's going to have to make that play, and it's going to be a bang-bang play. They didn't do it. It's a hit.
Jackson Williams now in as this inning continues. As Alabama State competing hard here today, not going away easily. 1-1.
And the legend has it, if you live in the Stillwater area and you happen to see a man on a scooter, an e-scooter that is, there's a very good chance that it might be Kai Fike. Apparently he came to Stillwater with no car, and he has logged 2,000 plus miles on a scooter this year, riding around the city.
Wow.
2,000 on a scooter. I wonder if he got windburn at all. Hangs that breaking ball and was able to hit the single in the 6-hole there, so giving up 2 base runners. And it shows you the importance of the timing right now. Is they're going to go out and talk to him with 2 outs. You don't want to continue to give up base runners or give up runs. You want to kind of keep this lead, see if you can add some more on to make it really tough for Alabama State. But giving up 2 base runners, and go out and talk to them, see if they can calm them down and get themselves back into the dugout after this.
And the other thing to think about here, this is a dangerous spot for Oklahoma State. You're a batter away after Cale Clark here, if he's able to get on, from potentially the tying run stepping to the plate. So that's a dangerous spot here for Oklahoma State at the start of the inning, up 6-0. And now a couple in and 2 more on. And bullpen action continuing for Oklahoma State.
The staff for State understands the importance. I think it can breathe a lot easier if they're just able to get back into the dugout without giving up any more runs and give themselves a chance to swing it again.
Clark commits. 0-1. 4 straight hits here for Alabama State.
We talked about how heavy Kai Fike is on that breaking ball. I got to imagine he's going to continue to lean on it, especially if he can spot him up like he's done the last 2 to try to get him out this inning.
By the way, Noah Weck, the arm that is getting loose in the bullpen for the Cowboys. The big righty may be in this game shortly, depending on what happens here with 2 down and an 0-2 count. Oh, I think Campbell Smithwick thought that maybe that was a called 3rd strike. Instead, it's ball 1.
I've definitely seen worse ones called. I thought for sure he might get that call. He did not. So the inning lives on for Alabama State.
And down goes Clark there. So Fike closes the door on Alabama State in the bottom of the 6th.
Don't miss Nigel Jenkins going backside on a hung slider to get Alabama State on the board. 6-2.
Of course, this is the first elimination game in this regional. Meanwhile, the 1-0 game will take place tonight between Alabama and Upstate. The winner will move on to the regional final on Sunday, and the Spartans are in the house, ready for the Crimson Tide coming up at 7 Eastern. And that should be quite the contest. Upstate, they're one of the hottest teams in the country right now. When you take a look at how they've played over the last month.
15-2 since the start of May. Have one of their guys going tonight. I expect this to be a really good ball game. I got to be honest with you. I think you're going to get a chance to see Zane Adams from Alabama go against them. Alabama has a lot of that bullpen still left to use. I think we got a good ball game brewing tonight.
Breaking ball missing from Power, who is still in the game after replacing James Peterson. Thompson started up that big 4th inning that culminated with a grand slam by Brigham. And he's ahead here 3-0.
Thompson's had a good day at the plate so far. The line drive out, obviously the double to left field as well. But he's played well. He's been on the barrel. He's been hitting balls hard all day today.
Full count now. Alabama State still searching for their first NCAA tournament win in program history. Upstate getting theirs yesterday in the win over Oklahoma State.
This is Brock's 3rd time leading off today, which goes without saying it hasn't been exactly the day that Alex Conover has wanted. He had a really good at-bat, too, to start the day, but then it's kind of going south from there and makes it, I'd imagine he's probably pretty frustrated today.
3-2. Out towards left center field, tailing, and this time the catch made by Devin Chandler. Jenkins, who was trailing the play, actually slipped.
Somebody pulled the turf from under him right at the end of it. He popped back up really quick, though, so I think he's okay. He's all right.
That brings in Colin Ritchie. Ritchie 0 for 2 today with a run scored. He just missed a home run in his last appearance at the plate. Swings at the first pitch and hits this one to the aforementioned Jenkins. 2 down.
I mean, this young man is due anytime soon here. He is getting off his full swing. He's getting closer and closer to that barrel, obviously still missing. But if they continue to keep playing, if they keep winning ball games here, you can't expect to keep someone like Colin Ritchie down, who is still hitless in the tournament.
That was a curveball that was hung up right in the middle of the plate. And he was just off the mark there. But you're right, sooner or later, the explosion is going to take place for Colin Ritchie. Here's Avery Ortiz. Ortiz fouls it away.
It's a good job by Power getting in on his hands there in a 2-0 count. You know, he's looking to let loose and looking to swing, and he's able to get something in on him, jam him a little bit. And then now if you sped him up, let's see if you can locate a breaking ball and get him to swing through it and get him to be out in front a little bit.
Popped up. First base side, playable. And the catch is hauled in by Williams. Power gets through the top of the 7th inning here in Tuscaloosa. The Cowboys lead the Hornets 6-2 in an elimination game here in the Tuscaloosa Regional. Derek Jones and Jared Mitchell with you. The defense was a big part of the story for Oklahoma State on Friday, Jared.
Defense that made 3 errors and ended up losing this ball game by 3 runs. You can see it showed up to be a problem for them, but that has been a completely different story today. Mind you, this offense still hasn't truly gone. Only 3 hits on the day, but you got great defense from Avery Ortiz over there at third. You got Brueggemann picking balls at first. They have played really well in the field and has a lot to do with why they still have a 4-run lead in this ball game here today.
Oklahoma State will go into the pen yet again with Noah Weck, the sophomore out of Wisconsin.
Noah Weck, he's a fastball, curveball, changeup guy. He will mix in a cutter as well. 2 and 4 on the year. with the 4.05 ERA in the 40 innings, 48 strikeouts and 18 walks. Fastball sits anywhere from 91 to 94. He will be charged. I would imagine they're going to try to see if they can get him to get them to the end of the line here. But he's got to come out throwing strikes and actually being efficient. So it'll be interesting to see if that's what they'd get or if they have to dip into that bullpen once again.
First pitch to Quentin Jenkins. Misses for a ball, 1-0. The winner of this game will advance to action on Sunday. Roped off the glove of Ortiz at third. And Quentin Jenkins is on with a single.
That ball was hit well, smashed. 101 off the bat. Knew he was getting a fastball, was ready for a fastball in the 1-0 count, did not miss it. Almost an incredible play by Avery Ortiz over at third nonetheless. Play's not made. You got a single to left field, and Alabama State's in business with a runner on again.
First 4 innings of this game, Alabama State did not have a hit. All of a sudden, they're up to 6 hits. Fabian Santana. Up to the plate with a 1-0 count and 1 on. Smithwick able to track down that ball that got away from him. But you look at this lineup right now for Alabama State, they're on a roll.
They're in this ball game, man. You know, they've fought. They're obviously, Brendan Phillips did what he was supposed to do in this game and shut them down for a long time, but being able to get him out of the ball game and now getting into the bullpen. This is 4 hits over the last 2 innings, and they are continuing to plug away, continuing to make it tough on this Oklahoma State pitching staff, and they're not far behind from breaking this thing and getting right back into this ball game. So 1 on with nobody out is a good way to start this bottom of the 7th inning.
There's a strike. 1 hit through the first 5, and now 5 of the last 6 batters have recorded a hit. That includes the 2-run homer from Miguel Jenkins. Now the count is at 3-1.
There's a cutter there, just let it go a little high. It's the one thing with Noah Weck, if he's able to kind of harness his stuff and throw more strikes, he usually sits around that 50–55% range in terms of throwing strikes. I think he could be a really effective pitcher.
Santana draws the walk, so the first 2 reach for the Hornets.
And more importantly, Santana walks, but he also brings up back the top of this lineup, and I think they understand that this is a really important inning. This may be the last time to turn that lineup around, so here's where you really need to go and get things going if you're going to get back into this ball game if you're Alabama State.
Chandler shows bunt, and the appeal down to first in favor of Chandler and the Hornets. It's a 1-0 count.
Still looking for his first hit in the tournament. Chandler's one that's way better against righties than he is lefties. Hitting about a 214 clip coming into the game against lefties. He's 304 against righties, so this is a great matchup for him.
Bunt put down. Weck, underhand toss over to first. Mission accomplished for the Hornets as base runners move to second and third.
Now, it's an interesting decision right there to go ahead and go with the sacrifice. You're still down 4 runs. You still have 9 outs to go. I understand it in the thought process of chipping away, wanting to put something on the board, something in the bucket this inning if you can get it done. But also with the matchup that it was, I don't know if I would have loved to let him hit, but maybe he's also thinking, because of what's going on lately, and it hasn't been good for him so far in this tournament, that this is the best move and to get these other guys up in the lineup.
Well, The other part, too, obviously, the struggles at the top of the order. Devine 0 for 3 today. He's still looking for his first hit in this game as well. But he's got a big opportunity here with 1 out and 2 on.
This is a good job right here by Noah Weck, getting to this 1-1 count now and understanding he's got a base open. Not that you're scared of him here, but you don't. You have an opportunity to be able to use your off speed and be able to trust your catcher behind the plate.
A bender from Weck. Not connecting, 2-1.
You can see him a little frustrated. I think he's used to getting that call or wanted that call really bad. It's a good pitch, probably just a little up. It's a good job by Devine making him have to execute.
Out towards right field, and the catch is made. Tagging and scoring is Jenkins from third base. It's 6-3 on the sac fly RBI off the bat of Braden Devine. Good at bat there by Devine to get a run in.
Definitely really good at bat. That's the job. We move him over, you get him in. We hit the line drive to right field to get the sac fly. Problem is reading that throw, I'd like to see the guy at second make the attempt and probably get to third. He did not, but at the same time, I understand it. You don't want to make that out there. With the hit, you could still score. I just think that there was an opportunity to get there, and he didn't. He's still at second. We'll see if it costs him at all.
Miguel Oropeza at the plate. He has one of the 6 hits today for the Hornets. High in the air towards center field. Richie in from the deep portion of center field makes the catch. And the inning comes to a close with the lead still intact for the Cowboys.
And you see a lot of emotion. You see the homer. You see the boys dancing. We got ourselves a ball game here.
The College World Series beginning June 12th. Beach balls galore in Omaha. The greatest show on dirt. Oklahoma State knows a thing or two about that. 20 appearances in the Men's College World Series. A program rich in tradition. And they would love to get back to Omaha, but they've got some work to do to get through the rest of this regional. And Josh Holliday, no stranger to playing in Omaha. Got there in 1999 as a player. And he actually played against Alabama in Omaha in the Men's College World Series the last time Alabama got to Omaha.
It's crazy to think, and then you find yourself here years later coaching against that very team that I'm sure he has fond memories of that experience he had in Omaha. So it's kind of crazy how that stuff goes around, huh?
Yeah, unbelievable. As Campbell Smithwick at the plate. 0 for 1. Did score a run back in the 4th. You've got to give a lot of credit to this Alabama State team. You lose a game 21-3 and then face elimination hours later. They have showed a lot of fight in this contest. As that one catches Smithwick, he gets hit for the second time. And that will bring up Colin Briggeman, who back in the 4th pounded a pitch 462 feet over the batter's eye out in center field for a grand slam. And this has been a part of business here for the Cowboys. The 6 through 9 hitters have been able to deliver some runs. The top portion of the lineup continues to struggle.
That's a big part of why they've been able to get here to this point of the year, is because they've had production up and down that lineup. But make no mistake about it, to be able to continue going once you get to this spot, you need that lineup to work together in cohesion. So the top half is going to have to get it going, because these guys have held their own at the bottom half of this lineup.
That was the 7th grand slam of the season for the Cowboys. 3 of those off the bat of Colin Briggeman. Hits this one well out towards center field, towards Jenkins, who moves to his right to make the catch.
That's a very nice play out in center field by Nigel Jenkins. He gets a good first step. The route is very good to it, and able to cut off that ball. That ball came off the bat at 101 miles an hour. Hit well to center, running away from him, tailing away from him, and shows off the ability to be able to run it down the center and why he is roaming that part of the outfield.
Garrett Scholl at the plate with 1 down and a runner on here in the top of the 8th inning, and we'll get time called here. So Jose Vasquez out to have a discussion. Speaking with home plate umpire Nate Thompson. Trying to get clarification on some matter. And now play set to resume again. A bender there from Power. Finds a strike zone. And there is something that Nate Thompson saw that he did not like coming from the dugout area. He started pointing towards the Oklahoma State side. And there was, I believe, a player in the camera well area. And he wanted that fixed immediately. The count 2-1 to Garrett Scholl. Smithwick takes off and he steals second base without a throw.
It's a good job there by Campbell Smithwick, getting his 6 stolen bases, 6 for 7 on the season, but a long leg kick by Power on the mound gives him the opportunity, gets there, and he takes it. I love the aggressiveness of getting in scoring position here with 1 out. Now a single can score you. He's going first move there, gets a really good jump. You can see him peek back to make sure everything's good, and he takes that bag with ease.
Full count to Garrett Scholl with a runner in scoring position in the form of Campbell Smithwick. Fouled away again.
Power is just feeding him a heavy dose of those breaking balls and seeing if he can get him to roll over one of them or get out in front of it.
Trey Power entered the game after that error committed by Devin Chandler. Earlier in the contest, it made it 6-0 in favor of Oklahoma State back in the 6th. Oklahoma State 1 for 7 today with runners in scoring position. But the one, a big one, the grand slam. Over to Devine. The toss a little high, and that is able to get Scholl for the out.
Throw's definitely a little high going over by Devine. A little nonchalant, but play still able to be made at first. He's able to get back after making the catch to go ahead and secure the second out of the inning. And Trey Power's done a good job since coming into this ball game. He's now up to 2 innings pitched, not giving up a single hit or a single run. And he's done everything he can and has needed to do to keep them at bay and keep his ball club in the game and give them a shot to put up the runs on the board to come back.
Deacon Pomeroy, the freshman, steps in to pinch hit for Sebastian Norman. He'll look to get an insurance run in here for the Cowboys in the top of the 8th inning in a 3-run game. 2-0. The loser of this game sees their season come to an end. Elimination games going on around the country in day 2 of NCAA baseball regionals.
Deacon getting a nice pinch hit opportunity here. Comes in hitting 273 against lefties with a homer and 4 RBIs. I think that's a lot to do with why he's getting this opportunity to see if he can go ahead and cash in on a run and see if he can create some insurance for the Cowboys.
And Pomeroy walks on 4 pitches. Remo and Domenico. Well, actually, before we get to that point, there is a conference at the mound on the way. And while this meeting happens, taking a peek over at squeeze play. Talked about the action going on around the country. Auburn has answered the bell, up 12-7 over NC State. That game still early on, top of the 4th inning. Meanwhile, Virginia and Southern Miss locked up in a tight one in the 7th. Oregon State against the Ivy League champions, the Yale Bulldogs. A lot of action on squeeze play right now. There's a weather delay out in Tallahassee between Florida State and Coastal Carolina. 1-0 lead for Coastal. Second inning between Virginia Tech and UCLA. The Bruins trying to avoid elimination after entering the tournament as the #1 team in the nation and the #1 seed overall. What a massive disappointment that would be for them to get eliminated this quickly in the NCAA tournament. Ezra Essex will pinch hit for Remo Indomenico.
Here's another matchup situation, trying to create some offense by Josh Holliday and his staff.
And it's interesting to see him go to the bench here in this part of the order because of the success that the 6, 7, 8, 9 hitters have had at times so far in this regional.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that part of it, but I can also understand what he is. You got Remo, who is 0 for on the day. Obviously, the big homer he hit yesterday and the other hit as well. But getting a chance to go by the numbers and using righties in this situation who have had more success against lefties could also make a lot of sense as well.
A cameo appearance now being made by the Rain.
Take it easy, Rain.
Three and 1 count to Essex. Two on, 2 out. Essex fouls this away. And if you're Oklahoma State, under this circumstance, I think you want to try to get this game over as quickly as possible so you don't have to start burning arms.
Oklahoma State wants nothing to do with being out here longer and having to play more. If they're going to win this ball game, they would love to not have to go back into the bullpen and use more arms. So this is a bad predicament for honestly either one. Whoever's going to win this ball game, watching this go on right now, possibly means we may have to burn an arm if we have to stop a ball game. We may have to come out and bring another one in, which is one less arm available for us on the back end, meaning the next game or however else we continue to go forward. So, like, this is a very unfortunate situation in terms of when you're trying to set up your pitching and give yourself a chance on the mound.
Essex continuing to push the envelope here in this at-bat. Power is ready. And that actually hit Essex. It would have been ball 4 anyway. That loads the bases for the Cowboys. So Smithwick at third, Pomeroy at second, and Essex at first base after getting hit by a pitch. And that'll bring in Alex Conover, who has a streak on the line. He has reached base in 21 consecutive games. And how about the difference between today and yesterday with the bases loaded? 0 for 5 yesterday, including 3 strikeouts, just 1 at bat today, and that was a grand slam.
And this is, once again, this is a man that we talked about earlier, coming in, really swinging the bat well, but has struggled against lefties on the season. This would be a heck of a way to kind of break out of a little slow day, if you will. He's 1 for in the tournament, but he's been so good for them at the top of the lineup. I could easily see him doing something special with a pitch to really handle in this situation.
That one away, 2-1. 2-1 to Conover. Towering fly ball hit out towards right field. Oropeza has a beat on it and makes the catch to retire the Cowboys in the top of the 8th inning. They leave them loaded here in Tuscaloosa.
Tonight I'm shaking off my yesterdays. Trouble comes but never stays. I believe the message yet to come. I'm gonna throw all my doubt and pain, making room for better days. Yeah, I believe the worst is almost done. The best is yet to come. The best is yet to come.
There's a look at some of the top seeds around the country. The national seeds. And Alabama among those hosting this weekend along that top 8 line. And they will see Upstate in a 1-0 game coming up tonight at 7 Eastern. A spot in the regional final on the line. Meanwhile, an elimination game here between Alabama State and Oklahoma State. The Cowboys up by 3 runs. And the big moment in this game, a grand slam from Colin Briggerman back in the top of the 4th inning.
Yeah, that grand slam has proved to be the difference in this ball game so far. Remember, Nigel Jenkins, the last time he was up, hit the homer to right center off the hanging slider. Miguel's one of those kids he's hitting .394 on the road coming in, and that was the first homer he's hit on the road. So he likes playing away from home.
Gives this one a ride, and then slipping out in left field is Conover. He lost his footing. It'll be called a double, and that'll put a runner in scoring position for the Hornets.
Conover just kind of got caught in between of not really getting a read that ball had a lot of top spin on it. Broke back, then tried to break in and lost his footing, and then really couldn't just keep the ball in front of him. And nonetheless, this goes in as a hit and a double for Nigel Jenkins. And once again, we're watching this Alabama State offense apply the pressure and get themselves in the opportunity to score runs.
They won't go away. And it does bear to mention the point you made earlier when they had runners on in the last inning.
I knew exactly where you're going to go with this, yeah. That's, you know, last inning when we talked about when you're sitting there with runners on first and second and nobody out, I completely understand the thought process of wanting to push a run across. But it wasn't a 1 or 2 run ball game, so it bodes the thought Was that the best decision? Is there a better decision in terms of letting that lineup hit to where you can get to these middle guys in that inning with runners on?
Callaway hits this one well out towards center field, but Ritchie has a beat on it. Tagging and heading to third base is Jenkins. And he's closing in on perhaps the fourth run of the game for the Hornets.
I know we got some rain out there, but it didn't rain that much, right? I'm seeing a lot of boys just kind of losing their footing a little bit in the outfield. I wonder if it's a little slippery.
Watch his feet out there. It's
2 plays in a row.
Right. And the rain is gone now. It didn't rain for a long time, but enough to make it slick in the outfield. So a couple of dangerous situations there for Oklahoma State outfielders. Miguel Jenkins at third base. This is Jackson Williams with 1 out. 1 for 3 on the day and make it 2 for 4. He's got an RBI single for Alabama State.
It's a good job of hitting by Jackson Williams. He gets that hanging breaking ball. That Weck likes to throw the breaking ball. He gets it right over the middle plate hanging, and he doesn't miss it. 101-mile-an-hour line drive into the gap, and that may run Noah Weck and may end his day.
Alabama State continues to apply pressure on this Oklahoma State pitching staff. It is now a 2-run lead for the Cowboys at 6-4. Alabama State chases Noah Weck, and another pitching change on the way at Sewell Thomas Stadium as the bats continue to be alive for the Hornets.
How do you get to this part of the year? You continue to plug and continue to keep pressing. Jackson Williams right there with the hit. 6-4 ball game. We got a close one coming.
Alabama State defeated Florida A&M last Sunday 8-6 to win the SWAC title. Trey Callaway with a 3-run homer in the 6th inning to give the Hornets a 6-run lead, the 3rd conference tournament title for Alabama State. And Coach Vasquez talked to us about how this team grinds and keeps going and doesn't stop. That performance in the SWAC tournament certainly symbolic of that, but also of what we've seen from them today. They were down 6-0 at one point. It's now 6-4, and they now bring the tying run to the plate in Cale Clark.
This is a team that has continued to fight. They've always talked about athleticism.
And this one is driven well out towards left field. It's gone! Cale Clark greets Mario Pesca with a game-tying 2-run homer.
And look at Cale Clark on the first pitch that he sees. He gets that 93-mile-an-hour sinker. And, man, he just backspins this ball out to left. There's a little bit of wind blowing out to left, but he understood what he was going to be getting from Mario Pesca. Did not miss that first pitch and hits it well. That's impressive, man, to tie this ball game up. And what we thought was Oklahoma State running away at one point in this ball game, we now have a tie ball game in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Unbelievable. What a performance by Alabama State in the last 3 innings of this game. They were getting no hit through 4, and now it's a 6-all game.
Do you like postseason baseball?
But this is what it is all about. The first home run of the season for Cale Clark could not have come at a better time.
That's so crazy. That is wild to think about. And make no mistake about it, this is probably the horse out of the bullpen of Oklahoma State. At one point of the year, he was a starter, had a bit of a blister issue that went on, which kind of forced him into the pen, only because they were trying to nurse this while also not running his pitch count up. And it just turned out to be, well, his stuff is playing up, and it's playing a lot better, and they've left him there, and it's worked for them on the year. And so now you bring him in a situation where you're trying to slam the door, and that happens on the first pitch he throws.
The Bronx, New York native now needs to collect himself after being greeted rudely in this game. Ground ball over to Ortiz, and he takes care of the chopper. 2 down. And how about the first 5 innings of this game? 1 hit for Alabama State. And then once they got Brennan Phillips out of this game, they've been a problem. 6 runs, 8 hits, a couple of home runs as well.
You heard him speak about it. For them, it was all about continuing to fight, continuing to stay in the ball game, and continuing to plug away. And they felt like if they did those things, they would put themselves in a spot to come back. And they have made a comeback already in this ball game. 6 runs on 9 hits. All 6 of these runs have come after the 5th inning, 6th, 7th, and 8th inning. Once again, we're tied up. And the back part of this ball, like, this is crazy.
Over to Thompson. And that ends the inning. But Alabama State is back in business. They have tied this game up.
You like homers? Love to see the guy getting his first homer of the season. It took him all these games to get here, but he's done it in grand fashion. We have a tie ball game going into the top of the ninth, 6-6.
Cale Clark with one of the biggest moments and swings of the season for Alabama State. His first home run of the season ties this game up at 6, and he turned around to let Oklahoma State's dugout know about it too.
Well, their dugout, maybe his first base coach, maybe both of them, I don't know, but he was fired up, and that young man should be fired up. Big homer late in the ball game, late in this kind of ball game, elimination ball game, and that's impressive to do. Love to see it in postseason baseball.
What could be going through the minds of Oklahoma State after leading this game 6-0? 0-2. And now, how about a tip of the cap to Trey Power? He came in, this game was 6-0. It's now 6-6. He's held down the fort for the Hornets. And he gets a strikeout of Brock Thompson to start up the 9th. Colin Ritchie still searching for some magic in his bat here in Tuscaloosa. He's gotten close today.
Yeah, and we've talked about it. It's quite the different experience that he's had from one year to the next. That 2025 regional in Athens, 5 homers in that regional. This year, he's searching for his first hit still. He's gotten close 3 times today. You can see the swing looking full, looking where it needs to be. As you see it again, it's just off the mark a little bit.
And the catch is made first base side in foul territory. And off the first pitch that Ritchie sees, he is retired.
It's just been a hair under everything that he's missed today. It's a tough feeling for him, obviously for this Oklahoma State team, because you know what that young man's capable of, and when he's going good, it's as good as anybody in the country.
Avery Ortiz now steps in with 2 down here in the top of the 9th inning. Trey Power is dealing right now.
It's fair to say, as you listen up, where the momentum is in this ballpark, huh?
It's incredible. This feels like a different baseball game altogether as Ortiz sends this one out to left, and Chandler makes the catch, and all of a sudden, the Alabama State fans who were quiet for most of this game have gotten louder and louder and louder. Bottom of the 9th. Alabama State heads to the plate with a top of the order on the way. The vibes are high right now for the SWAC champions. They are 0-5 all-time in the NCAA tournament, searching for their first win in program history. And they enter the bottom of the 9th inning in a tie game at 6. There's a strike to Devin Chandler. The winner of this game will advance to action on Sunday afternoon. The loser will head home. Ground ball over to Thompson. Tough play. Thompson makes the throw, and Chandler is out.
Listen, let me explain something. In a situation as it is right now, that is a huge play by Brock Thompson at short. You know you got a good runner. You know it's the bottom of the 9th. They want to get that leadoff runner on. For him to charge that ball, make that play in the transfer clean, and then throwing an absolute dot over the first base to get the out, that's a huge play for Oklahoma State.
By the way, one of the questions that comes up during the regionals is why is the, quote, higher seed the away team in some situations? Oklahoma State, who was the home team yesterday against Upstate, is now the away team. After they start a certain way, they alternate throughout the tournament. This was Oklahoma State's turn to be the away team, which means now this game can end on one swing of the bat here in the bottom of the 9th for Alabama State, as Pesca continues here in the bottom of the 9th.
So on our side of it, this has worked for very good, intriguing baseball to watch. But in terms of, I truly don't like that they have it set up that way, because I think if we're going to play 56-game schedule and we're going to get to this, I think the teams that have put together the better 56-game schedule, that are ranked higher, however you want to look at it, they should have the upper hand in these spots. Or why did we even try to have to play the 56-game schedule to put this tournament together the way it is? But as it's set up, it's worked out in this situation to turn out to be a very intriguing ball game here at the end of it.
Off of Pesca, Devine cannot get down the line in time. 2 down.
I think he thought this ball was hit maybe a little bit harder than it actually was. He tries to make this play with his back turn. He's able to knock it down, gather himself, pick it up, and throw it over cleanly. But that's 2 big plays, 2 sneaky big plays on not very hard hit balls, where if these are messed up, we could easily be looking at 2 runners on with nobody out and a guy like Miguel Oropeza coming up. That's not what you want in a situation where all they need at that point would probably be 1 hit to win a ball game.
Oropeza takes on the first pitch, 1-0, and this is definitely danger time when you head to this part of the order for Alabama State. The top half of the lineup, at least the 1 and 2 hitters in particular, have struggled, but 3, 4, and 5 and on down have been a big problem for Oklahoma State today.
Miguel Oropeza has been a problem pretty much for everybody he's faced this year. I mean, this young man can swing the bat, and he's already had himself a big postseason. He hit .571 in their conference tournament, multi-hits in every single one of those games except for 1, and he's carried that stuff over to this regional tournament as well.
2-1. Out towards right field. And Wallace is there to make the catch. So Pesca rebounds in the bottom of the 9th to send the Hornets down in order. What a rally it's been for Alabama State. Miguel Jenkins with a 2-run homer to make it a 6-2 ball game, and that got things going for Alabama State. And then Cale Clark with the decisive shot in this rally. A 2-run homer, his first homer of the season that tied the game at 6. And that helps send us to extras.
What I've loved, and it's kind of not, we haven't talked about it much, but what that lineup was able to do early in the game was they ran Brendan Phillips' pitch count up. He left the ball game at 5 2/3, but 100 pitches. Not a single pitcher that's come in after has thrown 25 pitches. Yet, they got him out at the time and hit that homer and was able to get into the bullpen, where now the Alabama State lineup has been able to work and start putting up runs and found themselves back in a tie game in extra innings.
Trey Powers up to 55 pitches. He can go a long ways here for Alabama State. His longest outing this season, 6 1/3 innings pitched back in March. Popped up, drifting towards the Alabama State dugout and into the stands.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see them ride Trey Power here until the wheels fall off, if that's what happens, right? I mean, he's come in, he's been great for you so far throughout the game, and what he's done since he's been in this game. Ride him. His pitch count is up in terms of how he's been able to get his work in previously, so he can handle a lot of innings and a lot of work. And you ride that momentum.
The 0-2 blooped, but not close enough for Santana to make a play.
It's a good job by Campbell Smith with just fighting that pitch off, not knowing if the breaking ball was going to actually move and finish in the zone, just being able to put bat on it, fight it off, and get himself to the next pitch.
Oh-2 over to first. Williams on the bag, 1 down. Oklahoma State has 6 runs in this game, but they're still stuck on 3 hits. Here is someone who's responsible for one of the hits, a big one. Colin Briggerman with a grand slam back in the 4th. And that was their last hit in this game, which is incredible to think about.
It really is crazy to think about. Because it felt like when it happened, it was almost like you felt like they were able to breathe easy and as if the offense was going to open up and go from there, and it just has not happened that way.
1-0, fouled away. Remember, they've had a lot of traffic on bases throughout this game, and when Briggerman came up with the bases loaded, he cleared it. A grand slam that gave Oklahoma State a 4-0 lead.
He didn't clear it. He cleared everything that there was to clear. He cleared the bases. He cleared the stadium. He cleared everything.
Fouled away again. Since the 4th, Oklahoma State went down in order. Put runners on in the 6th. They scored 2 in the 6th, but remember, that was courtesy of a couple of walks and that big error out in left by Devin Chandler. Other than that, every base runner has either been a walk or due to getting hit by a pitch. 1-2, and there is hit number 4 of the day. Briggerman trucking past first base, heading towards second, and he is safe.
Now, I really wonder if this out is made, if he doesn't cut this baseball and allows it to go through. It was on target, so it's kind of a head scratcher there as to why he cut it. But Briggerman got a pitch up in the zone, hits a line drive into that right center gap at 106 miles an hour, and legs out a double. And now Oklahoma State's in business with a runner in scoring position with 1 out. Can you come through and get it done? Can you start getting these clutch hits in a situation where you obviously need every bit of it that you can get.
And that's the first hit allowed by Trey Power. And how about this? Briggerman is coming out of this game, it appears, in favor of a pinch runner. And Brady Francisco now at second base as Briggerman gets some applause.
Shows you how they feel about Mario Pesca as well, right? They're playing to get this one run and shut this thing down after this. On the day, this Oklahoma State team is 0 for 9 with 2 outs, 1 for 11 with runners on, and 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position. You will need to change that if you're going to score this run and get the go-ahead run to score to get you an opportunity to win a ball game here.
Garrett Scholl puts this one in the air towards right field. Oropeza tracking and making the catch. And it'll be up to Deacon Pomeroy to continue this inning for Oklahoma State.
You can now make that 1 for 10 with runners in scoring possession and 1 for 12 with runners on. This has not been the offensive onslaught that we expected to see from one of the most prolific offenses in the country this year.
Breaking ball down. 1-0 to Pomeroy. Of course, this is an offense that does not have the services of Aiden Miola, who broke his wrist prior to the start of the Tuscaloosa Regional. Fouled away.
I mean, it's sad that it is that way, but you have to just sit here and wonder, what if, what if, what if? This is a young man who is a integral part to what they did offensively. He came in before this, starting in 50 games, 320 on the year, 17 homers, 10 doubles, 69 ribbies. He was huge for what this offense does, and they haven't had his services, as you said, at all in this tournament, and that hurts for them.
There is Aiden Miola looking on, hoping his team can keep their season alive. But all of a sudden, they are in a huge battle with the SWAC champions. Two down and a 3-1 count to Deacon Pomeroy, who's 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position this season, and Pomeroy draws a walk. Oklahoma State, one of the big talking points throughout this regional for them has been their ability in situations. And when you look at the runners in scoring position and runners with 2 outs, really that sticks out as well with the runners on. But overall, they have had their issues when they have gotten base runners on.
Yeah, it just, you speak about yesterday, you were 0 for 5 with the bases loaded, then you turn around and you see that that's what they've done today as well. It truly is hard to win ball games when you're having that kind of offense or that lack of offensive output. And that's what we've seen from them so far. And once again, you know, we alluded to how good that they've been all year offensively. Easily one of the best offenses in the country. And it just has not shown up this weekend so far. And it's unfortunate for them if they can't continue to get this thing going. But right now, they sit in it with the chance, right? You're in a tie ball game. It hasn't been pretty, yet we're looking at runners on second and third with the opportunity for you to get a hit and go ahead. So you just have to remember that.
Runners at first and second base, 2 down for Danny Wallace. First pitch wide.
77 at-bats for Danny on the season, 5 homers. Clearly a matchup, clearly something they want in terms of seeing a spark go here.
Fouled away, 1-1. It's 4, 5, and 6 for Alabama State in the bottom of the 10th. It'll be Jenkins, Callaway, and Williams. Jenkins already with a home run today. Callaway homered last night. So the big boppers coming up in the next inning for the Hornets. 2-1. Off the plate. Power trying to get through the 10th. And now the bases are loaded and the frustration building for Trey Power. And another opportunity for this Oklahoma State offense with the bases loaded. 0 for 5 yesterday, 1 for 2 today with a grand slam from Colin Brigament. And now Alex Conover at the plate. He's had some tough luck at the plate today. He's hit some balls hard. Doesn't have much to show for it.
0 for 5 today. Conover was 1 for 4 yesterday, but he has been one of the bigger parts of this offense. It couldn't be a better spot for him to kind of break out of a little bit of a slump and put them on the board in the top of the 10th inning here.
(1-0), now 2-0. And another meeting here at the mound as Power running out of gas, and he may have run out of time. And it looks like we'll have a pitching change here in the top of the 10th inning. What a performance by Trey Power. He helped this team get to extras, but now the bullpen will have to finish it off here the rest of the way after Power. Tied at 6, bases loaded for Oklahoma State when we come back. Trey Power went 4 innings, gave up 1 hit, but lost control here in the top of the 10th inning. The bases are loaded. And meanwhile, here's a look at what Alex Conover did the last time he was up back in the 8th.
Just missed it in the 8th. Also, don't forget, that's with bases loaded, but also There was a play in the outfield that was missed by Conover, so he would love nothing more than to be able to cash in these runs and put his team ahead.
And it is now 3-0. Remember, it was 2-0 when Power came out.
Conover came in to this ball game on the season hitting .229 against lefties. So this is why this move was made.
There's a strike to Conover. Francisco at third, Pomeroy at second, Wallace at first. Bases full of Cowboys. 3-1. There is ball 4, and the Cowboys regain the lead on a bases loaded walk. Francisco is in. And it's a 7-6 lead for Oklahoma State. And that run charged to Trey Power. There's strike 1 to Brock Thompson. So Conover extends his streak of reaching base 22 games in a row now for Conover, and it came at a crucial time. 0-1. 0-2.
For Sanders, the job is really to keep this thing at a minimum, keep it at 1 run, and get your offense back in there and give them a chance to be able to either tie it up or go ahead again.
This one hit well out towards right field. Oropeza is there, and the catch is made. But Oklahoma State regains the lead on a bases loaded walk. Last chance for Alabama State when we come back. Miguel Jenkins has been a big part of this Alabama State comeback. A home run that cut into the 6-0 deficit. Also had a double in the 8th inning as well. He eventually scored as a part of a big 8th inning for Alabama State. But now they have fallen behind once more. It's 7-6. The Cowboys 3 outs away from moving on. Pesca in. There's ball 1.
Miguel, a .330 hitter on the year. He is the guy who ran Brennan Phillips with the opposite field homer and then really got things started for them in the 8th and ended up being the one scoring the run on the homer hit. He's been a big part of what they've done. He needs to show up here again and lead this thing off and put the pressure right back on Oklahoma State.
(2-0). There's a strike from Pesca. We had a chance to catch up with Mario Pesca on Thursday One of the energetic parts of this team. And now the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
You know, they mentioned about the work that Mario Pesca put in the offseason. Here's a guy who lost over 40 pounds in the offseason to be able to get his body in shape to where you see it today, and it's made a huge change and a huge dividend on how he's pitched and how he's felt this year, and that's part of the reason why he's been such a leader on this team.
Jenkins sticks the bat out and puts that into right field for a base hit. What an at-bat there by Nigel Jenkins.
I mean, this is just professional hitting. You gotta love it. 2 strikes on him. You can see Pesca try to run one of those backdoor 2-seam fastballs on him, and Jenkins is able to stick the bat out there, shoot a line drive in that 4-hole that's wide open because of the shift. And here you go, man on again, putting the pressure on this Oklahoma State Cowboy defense.
Here's Trey Calloway, who represents the game-winning run. And he swings through that offering 0-1. A program record tying 17 home runs this year. Oh, and 2.
And Trey Calloway is one that is susceptible to chasing off the plate in a way. So if he can continue to work that spot with that backdoor 2-seam, with that slider over there, he's got a pretty good chance of getting him. Down 0-2 already in the count.
Called third strike, a beautiful pitch from Pesca. 1 down.
He just froze him. He throws that slider, and this one just backs up and just spins right over the middle of the plate, and it's no doubt a strike, and he wasn't expecting that at all.
And now Jenkins will head out of the game.
This is the second time he's kind of left this stuff in disgust right at the top step. I'm not sure that they probably love that in that dugout, but nonetheless, it's out number 1 and a big out for Mario Pesca and the Oklahoma State Cowboys.
Clearly frustrated after that at bat where Pesca made quick work of it. Aiden Malpass is pinch running over at first base. There's a strike to Jackson Williams.
Now Pesca obviously has a very good feel of throwing that breaking ball out there, and he's been able to land it. And if you watched the game at all last night, that's exactly what Tyler Fay was able to do. He kept throwing that slider to the outside part of the plate, and it frustrated these Alabama State hitters. It's almost like taking a play right out of that playbook.
That ball gets away from Smithwick. It's called a wild pitch. Malpass goes to second base, and he is in scoring position. So now a base hit could potentially tie this game. Two and 1. Williams holds off there. 3 balls and 1 strike. Williams had an RBI single in his last at bat. He's had hits in 2 straight plate appearances. Another one here could tie it, or if it's a long ball, win the game. Strike 2.
Continues to keep trying to throw that 2-seam backdoor. He hasn't been able to hit it, so he throws this slider and just kind of leaves it right over the plate. Does a good job of getting strike.
3-2 swing and a miss. Pesca gets Williams. 2 outs. And now it's up to Cale Clark, the hero from earlier who tied this game up off the first pitch he saw from Mario Pesca. His first home run of the season. And they will walk Cale Clark. Not taking any chances there. Again, Clark has one home run. It happened earlier today.
I think they really wanted this right-on-right matchup. You know, you got a sinker baller on the mound, sinker slider guy. Obviously, you ran right into that bat path last at bat that tied this ball game. Says, hey, you know what? Let's not take that situation again, and let's go ahead and get the right-on-right matchup.
They'll take their chances with Quentin Jenkins. Alabama State searching for their first tournament win in program history. 0-5 to date. Two 2-0. Trying to get them to chase. And Jenkins not offering. Jenkins just 2 for 13 with runners in scoring position.
Now, do you go to the heater here? Does he leave it over the plate?
3-0.
I think the mindset of it was, I still want to make my pitcher, and if I don't, I'm okay with loading these bases and giving myself one more chance with a force at every base.
There's a strike on the outer portion of the plate. 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell he's not interested in giving in and leaving a pitch over the heart of the plate.
(3-1) and there is strike 2, and now Jenkins is out of rope. Full count. 2 on, 2 out. Pesca set to deal. Ball 4, the bases are loaded.
It's a great at bat by Quentin Jenkins. Staying disciplined to the plan, never got a pitch he could really do much with, and was able to stay disciplined and gets himself to first base.
Oklahoma State has not gone 2 and out in the NCAA tournament since 2023. And they are in danger with a base hit of potentially going 2 and out. Nobody's up in the Oklahoma State bullpen. They lead it by a run, 7-6. But danger is lurking for the Cowboys.
Yeah, and I think we pretty much knew this was Mario Pesca's game when he came in. He's tied for the team lead with saves with 2, and the only other guy that has 2, Stormy Rhodes. He ain't available today. So knowing that when he came in and what his body of work has been on the year, you felt like it was take us home and get us a W, and you'll get a chance to see if he can do it now with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 10th inning. What a game.
An incredible day developing here in Tuscaloosa. It started out 6-0 in favor of Oklahoma State. The bats had little life for Alabama State. Then all of a sudden, they woke up big time over the 6th, 7th, and 8th innings. And now Alabama State seeking the largest comeback win in the NCAA tournament since 2023, when Oregon did it. And now Fabian Santana will try to keep it going here for the Hornets. A bender for strike 1.
Really good job stealing the strike, throwing that first pitch slider in there.
Oh, 1-1. Nehemiah Hickson is in the game at second base, pinch running for Cale Clark, who drew the intentional walk. 2-1. Malpass over at third. Hickson at second base. Jenkins at first. 2-1 to Santana on the way. 3-1. That was tight.
Oh, wow. Maybe up is where the miss was. The ball was definitely over the plate. Maybe up at that point.
And timeout has been called. Oh, check that. They called a strike. He didn't get in the box in time, so it's 3-2. Full count pitch. Ball 4, and the game is tied. Santana held on to that one. He laid off, and the game is tied again at 7. Malpass is in to score to even things up.
So as you can see, he didn't get in the box and get ready to go on time. So Oklahoma State is awarded a strike, so that becomes a full count pitch, which was a backed up slider that didn't come back over the plate, and he still walks.
Devin Chandler takes ball 1.
And Pesca's gonna have to forget these close calls and just lock in and do the job here. He's kind of letting this stuff bother him a little bit. He needs to lock in.
2-0. The winning run at third base. The base is juiced for Devin Chandler. Strike 1. Nobody up in the Oklahoma State bullpen. Three and 1.
You can see the body language coming from Mario Pesca. He has got to drop it and just compete and just make pitches.
The season on the line for the Cowboys with this pitch. 3-1, there's a strike. And now a full count to Devin Chandler.
The runners will be moving. Won't matter, but hopefully it won't bother what he's doing on the mound. This is crazy.
What an atmosphere here in Alabama. Full count pitch, 2 down, bases loaded. And that is fouled away. Inside and tight, that could have been ball 4. Seventh pitch of the at-bat coming up. 3-2. Fouled away.
Really good job by Devin Chandler to fight that pitch off and not leave it up in the umpire's hands. Really good two-seam fastball, sinker by Mario Pesca. Down in the zone, right on the borderline of the zone. You see 2 competitors just going at it here.
Swing and a miss. Pesca gets Chandler. And the Cowboys escape significant danger. 7-all as we go to the 11th.
The fortitude you see it coming from Mario Pesca to continue making pitches. Here's the heater down in the zone, throws it right by Devin Chandler. And we play on here in Tuscaloosa. Top of the 11th on the way, 7-7.
Alabama and SC Upstate will play after this game in the 1-0 game. The winner of Oklahoma State and Alabama State advances on to tomorrow against the loser of tonight's 1-0 game. What drama over the last hour in this building.
Once we got through 5, this thing completely turned into a different ball game. It's been like 2 different halves of a ball game.
And here's Colin Ritchie facing Caleb Sanders, who's back out here in the 11th. This one driven out towards left field, deep to the wall, it's gone! Colin Ritchie with his 30th home run of the season. And the Cowboys regain the lead, 8-7.
That's crazy. I don't care what he's done so far this year. That is by far his biggest homer of the year, and we've been talking about it all day. He's been this close, and he finally comes through in a huge situation in the top of the 11th inning to put them ahead.
You nailed it. We've seen this throughout the course of this game. He was just missing pitches, and now his 30th home run of the season has given Oklahoma State an 8-7 lead here in the 11th. Just the 5th hit of the day for Oklahoma State, and what a time for Ritchie to deliver his first hit of this regional. This one hammered by Ortiz, but yanked foul.
See the big swing, you see the finish, the balanced finish. And those guys sitting in the dugout, they could see sitting there wondering, like, is this gonna clear it? And it clearly does. I'm sure there was a huge celebration after.
And Ortiz strikes out for out 1. And how many times do you see that in baseball? The team that has the opportunity to cash in late, they don't. And Alabama State did get a run to tie the game, but they had an opportunity there to win it. They could not get that done, and right out the gate in the 11th, they give up the go-ahead homer.
Yeah, when you have those opportunities and you start getting runners on, it is uber important to start cashing in at those spots and not leaving those chances just not completed. And they didn't do it, and You bring up one of the most dangerous men in the country, and he makes you pay for it.
1-1 to Campbell Smithwick. Colin Ritchie with that home run becoming the 5th player in Big 12 history with at least 30 home runs in a season.
Yeah, that young man has had a special year. And if all things go right, that year gets to continue if they can finish this thing out. But it's 30 homers is something incredible on a season.
Foul tip, and the strikeout recorded against Smithwick. Back-to-back strikeouts here for Sanders. Evan Saunders into the contest. Remember, earlier in this game, Josh Holliday pinch ran for Colin Brigham with Brady Francisco, and now an offensive timeout being called here. And Josh Holliday wants to talk things over.
Saunders had a big hit yesterday. It was an RBI in his first at bat, after obviously having to come in and figure out how they were going to replace Miola not being available. Here he is in another big situation. See if he can continue to keep extending the lead, or extending the opportunity to extend the lead here in the top of the 11th inning.
Two strikes to Saunders.
That slow breaking ball, slow curveball from both of the lefties. Power and Sanders is giving this Oklahoma State lineup fits.
That one fouled away. 2, 3, and 4 for Alabama State in the bottom of the 11th. The Hornets have continuously answered the bell in this game. Do they have one more in them? Missing the corner of the plate there, 1-2. One-two, rip, but well foul.
I think Saunders is finally catching up to this breaking ball, so if you're not going to bounce it, I don't think this is the pitch to keep going with. You may have to come off of that, find something else to try to put him away with.
One-two. Up in the air towards right field. And Oropeza is there for the out. We go to the bottom of the 11th. The Cowboys regain the lead thanks to the Ritchie home run.
And mama, there's that man, Colin Ritchie, one of the best hitters in the country, finally shows up in this regional. 8-7 Cowboys going into the bottom 11.
An incredible game here in Tuscaloosa. An elimination game that finds Oklahoma State leading 8-7. Colin Briggerman with the first big moment with a grand slam, but Colin Ritchie with a go-ahead homer in the top of the 11th inning. That put a dent in another rally by Alabama State.
We really have seen some meaningful homers hit today, and you still have a chance to have for some more fireworks with Alabama State up with 3 outs to play with.
Braden Devine got hit. So he's a leadoff base runner on for the Hornets.
Pesca tries to go with the first pitch slider, doesn't hit. He comes back trying to throw the sinker, and this one just rides up and in, and ever so slightly grazes the wrist of Braden Devine. And here's Alabama State, a thorn in the side, continuing to put that first man of the inning on and giving themselves a chance. This is Mario Pesca's 13th hit batter on the season.
He had all kinds of control problems in the last inning. Walked the bases loaded, walked in a run, and was somehow able to escape the danger thanks to a strikeout of Devin Chandler. Miguel Oropeza facing a 2-0 count, and you take a look at this lineup. He's one of the most dangerous players in this regional, let alone the lineup of Alabama State. Outside, 3-0. There is now action in the Oklahoma State bullpen. The 3-0, there's a strike, 3-1. Oropeza has reached base twice today. Once with a single and a walk back in the first. 3-1, strike 2.
Mario's a guy that's been extended on the year, but if you're watching him pitch right now, he just does look just winded, kind of gassed, as if he's at the end of it. He hasn't thrown 50-plus pitches since the 2nd of May. That might be part of it.
Could be 2. There's 1, and Oropeza able to beat it out down the line. He is safe, so they get the lead runner in Devine. And Oropeza might be shaken up a little bit.
Got the ground ball he was looking for. It wasn't hit high, so you had to come and charge it to make a play, and Oropeza was just able to get down the line and break it up, and we'll see if he's okay.
He went all the way down the line after running through the bag. It just looked a little bit off.
The look on his face feels like he's gonna stay in, but he may have tweaked something running down the line there. This has just been a hard-fought ball game from both sides, and you're still seeing more of it.
Aiden Malpass will hit here. Avery Ortiz is playing in on the grass. And Malpass is hitting in the spot previously occupied by Nigel Jenkins. 2-0.
You can just see, it feels like Pesca's gassed. It feels like he's at the end of the rope of where he's at right now. And that may be why you see the bullpen stirring and getting those guys going.
Pitch 64 coming up. 2-1, and these innings have been long because of the walks. And you add into the mix It's not exactly 50 degrees outside.
No, not at all. And we're used to seeing him flirting up to that 93, 94 number. You really haven't seen that from his fastball later in this outing.
The 3-1 to Malpass. There's strike two. Trey Calloway is in the on-deck circle, and he can end this game with one swing of the bat. But will he make it to the plate? 3-2 ground ball. Ortiz over to second for one, and Malpass is able to beat the throw. So there is still life for Alabama State.
Really great job of getting down the line by Malpass. This was almost tailor-made. Good job charging that high hop, gets it over, good feed. Turn happens quick, but Malpass is able to beat it out.
And now the catcher, Trey Calloway, who has 17 home runs this season, steps in. Swing and a miss, and Pesca has faced a lot of batters in grueling at-bats. 5 of the last 6 batters have gone to 3 ball counts. This was not one of them. He got through Calloway quickly, and Calloway's just had trouble with the off-speed pitches. Pesca's just been a step ahead of him. And now we'll get a meeting at the mound. This was last night against Tyler Fay of Alabama.
Don't forget, he is the home run leader on this ball club. 15 plus on the season, added to that total last night. He is a threat to leave at any single time, and this would be an incredible time to leave.
A meeting for Pesca, and this at least gives him a chance to get a breather.
Yeah, you could see after that last out, trying to get the ball back from the first baseman, he wanted every bit of staying out here for this ball, to end this ball game. And the kid from Bronx, New York, he's all about this. He wants to stay in and finish it for his ball club.
0-1. And that time, Calloway laying off against Pesca. He represents the game-winning run. 1-2.
A good slider there by Pesca. Starting that thing on the corner and just letting it dart off the plate.
One and two, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 11th. The winner moves on to Sunday. The loser is finished for the season. Breaking ball into left field. That's a base hit. Malpass stops at second base. Runners at first and second with 2 down.
That's a great job of hitting by Calloway, understanding what he's going to get, being able to stay back. He gets the hanging slider right over the plate and doesn't try to do too much. Puts barrel on and says, let me pass the torch on to my guy and let's see if he can get the job done And now it'll be up to Jackson Williams.
Two hits for Jackson Williams. A third would be huge for Alabama State. Ball one.
Interesting how deep the outfield is still playing in case there is a single hit. You would think they would want to cut the runner down because I'm going to imagine they're going to send him.
Breaking ball, and Williams misses there. 1-1. Pesca closing in on 80 pitches in relief. The appeal working for Williams. He did not go around. 2-1.
It looked like Pesca's really going to continue to keep leaning on that slider. You see the swing here, and whoo! That's a 50-50 call and went Williams' way.
High, 3-1.
I think he goes back to that slider here, not wanting to leave something right over the heart of the plate and seeing if he can get a chase situation.
Williams thought that was ball 4. Instead, it puts the Alabama State season on the brink. Swing and a miss. The Cowboys win a thriller in Tuscaloosa. Oklahoma State survives in an 8-7 instant classic against Alabama State.
And it took every single thing that Oklahoma State had. 209 pitches, 11 innings, 8 runs finally did the job for them, and they'll move on. But you got to respect everything you saw from Alabama State today and the effort they put out in this tournament.
No question, a remarkable effort from Alabama State, a team that was down 6-0 at one point in this game, fought back on multiple occasions and gave the crowd here that arrived supporting them a lot to cheer about as this game went on. But Colin Ritchie, one of the stars today for Oklahoma State, the game-winning hit, the homer to give Oklahoma State an 8-7 lead. And in the top of the 11th inning, Ritchie went opposite field to give the Cowboys the 8-7 lead.
And the Colin Ritchie folklore continues to grow. The man that had 5 homers in the Athens Regional last year was hitless until that big swing in the 11th, giving this team the go-ahead run, and watching Mario Pesca be able to close it out in the bottom of the 11th inning.
What a performance by Pesca.
This is a man that struggled up and down this game through 78 pitches, and his ability to place the 3-1 fastball on the outer edge and be able to run that slider off closed and ended this game. And now you know why those two guys are such big parts of this team being able to be what they were in the 11th inning for this club.
It took everything Mario Pesca had to finish off Alabama State in the bottom of the 11th inning. What a game to open up play here in the Tuscaloosa Regional, Day 2. Oklahoma State surged ahead early. Alabama State fought back. But in the end, the Cowboys advanced to action on Sunday. Alabama State sees their season come to an end. Game 2 on the way between Alabama and Upstate in the 1-0 game. For Jared Mitchell, I'm Derek Jones saying so long, everybody.
got a good swing on it.
Talk to us about the day for you, man. Like, we watched.